Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the second day of the European Ideas Forum 2024, the Martin Center flagship event that seeks to answer some of the most pressing challenges facing the EU. This year, EIF's umbrella topic is Europe's future in focus, reflecting some of the important decisions we as Europeans have to take as we embark on a new five-year term.
We hope you're energized for a second day of exciting discussions, ranging from tech and innovation to defense policy to transatlantic relations.
Our first panel of the day will focus on securing a space for Europe in the global tech race. Before we dive into the topic, though, we all invite you to participate in the conversation and answer the following question on Slido. What should the EU focus on to improve outcomes for startups in Europe? You can answer by using the event code EIF24 on Slido. To tackle this and other points, I leave you in the hands of the moderator of this debate, Dimitar Lilkov, Senior Research Officer at the Martin Center.
Good morning, dear friends. Welcome back to our European Ideas Forum, the flagship event of the Wilfried Martin Center. Yesterday we had a packed day filled with very excellent content when it comes to migration, demography, foreign affairs, geopolitics, and today digital is on the menu. And with the Martin Center we'll be doing a lot of these panels throughout the years when it comes to digital technology. There's always a certain motif, recurring motif. Speed of development of technology is extremely high, the hype is extremely high, but when it comes to the expectations and the mood in the European Union, things are a bit low. Even though the EU prides itself on amazing prowess when it comes to universities, highly skilled labor force, the EU and European companies are part of the value chains of amazing technologies, semiconductors, chemicals, optics, even though it seems that Europe is punching below its weight. And maybe I need not remind the audience and our experts here about the reports of two, high-level reports of two Italian gentlemen. The first which told us that our single market maybe is not that single, and the second one telling us that when it comes to competitiveness, Europe is missing in action. So today we want to focus on technology, the innovation space. We have an excellent set of panelists. Andreas Schwab, returning to European Parliament, long-standing member of European Parliament from the EPP Group, CDU politician, thank you for being with us. Anthony Gooch, who is part of the Academic Council of the Wilfried Martin Center, but also the Secretary General of the European Roundtable for Industry. Thank you, Anthony, as well, for joining us. Alina Pulakova, who will join us any second now, is the President and CEO of the Center for European Policy Analysis, CEPA, in Washington. She'll be with us in a couple of minutes. Let's just kick it off. Andreas, how do you see this mandate, and are we going to see things improving on the tech scene when it comes to the EU?
Definitely, we have a much better mood than you have outlined. We are full of energy, and we believe that with von der Leyen being kicked in her second mandate now, we are really able to take off. For sure, there are some crucial policy choices to be made, and I think the Draghi report gives us some flavor about the problems that we have to deal with, not only in digital, but all over the European economy. Because the trade-offs, until we reach that final goal that is by some people called Green Deal, by others sovereignty or independence, technological independence, we have to decide on how to get there. And on this way, and then the trade-offs on that pathway, the Draghi report is apparently, unfortunately, silent. If we lose 2 million people per year, we have to decide where we want, first of all, prioritize our workforce to be. And I think digital is an area, and if we want to do that, we have to get rid of tools that in the Commission's work of last term were too dominant, reporting obligations, too much stuff that is not helpful for growth and not helpful to really work out the details on this technological sovereignty that we are looking for.
You mentioned reporting obligations. The EPP and you yourself have been quite vocal when it comes to regulation and burdens, red tape, the usual problems we've been facing. What does it actually mean in practical terms when we talk about slashing red tape or regulatory burden? What is there to come in the next 5 years, hopefully?
Ursula von der Leyen has last week in Strasbourg again announced omnibus regulation, meaning some sort of package where plenty of stuff is put together to get a horizontal concern fixed. I think if we know that we lose every year, as the Draghi report says, millions of people that are workforce today won't be workforce tomorrow, we have to decide if we want that SMEs and smaller companies have to bring in 2 new people from the university to fill in paper or digital work about reporting, or if it wouldn't be better that those start their own company to create digital growth. We have to decide if we want to have the big 4 advising these companies on CSRD reporting, or if it wouldn't be better that these companies invest their manpower in other stuff that is more productive for the European economy. And that's the key driver. Then for sure there is lots of other stuff to be done, but I think that the starting point has to be where do we want, as far as we can decide about it, where do we want to have our workforce to operate in the next 5 years.
Okay. Anthony, it seems that the policymakers are concerned. What are the signals coming from industry and businesses?
Well, I think perhaps the starting point is going to be a little bit gloomy from my end. We're in a situation right now where de-industrialization is a reality. And I think we're all familiar with what has happened even in the last couple of weeks. So this is something that is not a slow process. And there we may differ from Mario Draghi regarding slow agony if we don't do what we need to do. It may be quicker than we think. Just by way of example, we used to have 30% of the Fortune 500 companies being European less than 20 years ago. Now it's 15. The Americans have held their own and the Chinese have shot up. So there is a serious element that we have to contend with here. But there are positives and there are solutions. And those positives and solutions have been encapsulated in those 2 reports by Draghi and by Letta. This is unique, I think, certainly in my sense of European cycles. Perhaps when we were creating the euro, we had something of a similar nature. And Draghi's triptych around the innovation gap, around decarbonization and competitiveness and reducing unhealthy dependencies gives us an excellent roadmap. In that context, tech and digitalization are critical. Simplification, and Andreas has touched on this already, is going to be one of the fundamental elements. Mobilization of investment is going to be very important as well. And here, we're expecting the private sector to pony up 80%. And that's doable and possible, and I'm going to come back to that. But we need the 20% from the public domain. And there, I think we also need people to set aside mantras and set aside theologies. This isn't about theology. This is very pragmatic and playing what's in front of us. And we have to find ways to do this stuff, and we have to find ways to do it very quickly. We just carried out a confidence survey of the ERT, so the top 60 industrial and tech companies in Europe that I represent. And we asked them 2 questions. If the Draghi report were implemented, what would happen in terms of confidence in your industry and your sector in particular? And they said that they would be confident or very confident that it would increase to the tune of 85%. So it's very high. People coming back saying, this is going to be a game changer in terms of our confidence. Okay, that's nice, confidence. Are you going to put your money where your confidence is? So we asked them, where would you be investing? Again, if you see the Draghi report and the Letta report implemented, and they said that within the next 3 years, they would invest, 80% of them would invest in Europe rather than anywhere else in the world. Now, if you needed an invitation to get on and do stuff at the policy-making level, surely that's the perfect invitation. And when I say that, I'm not just saying that to say, OK, well, you guys go ahead and do it, because we know from the industrial perspective that we need to help, because it's actually not so easy. It's a little bit when you push on a door and suddenly the door opens, and you've been pushing on it for ages, but you fall through it. And people need help now to actually get on and do a lot of the things that are needed. And there are a bunch of areas, I think, that we could work through in order to get to that point. And we can perhaps discuss those as we go forward.
you mentioned theology, you mentioned the mantras. Let's indeed try to stay away from them. There's been a lot of talk about technological sovereignty, how to make our companies competitive and all that, but what actually stands behind this in practical terms? You mentioned simplification. What else can be done from the policy perspective so that we can have the enabling conditions for enterprises to actually thrive?
Look, there are a number of areas that can be activated in order to help this sort of breakthrough happen. You will probably never hear this from Elon Musk, but Elon Musk would never be where he is today if it hadn't been for public money, public procurement in Texas.
Yeah.
Now, if you use public money and public procurement in a clever way, you activate it, and you have a purpose, if you like, behind, then there's a lot that can be done. We have a public procurement directive that is up for revision and renewal. So that's a real opportunity, for example, to really move in that space. And I'm also going to touch on some elements, if you like, that are very fundamental and can sometimes seem a little bit far away from us and our bottom lines, if you like, in industry. Why is it that these fantastic companies are all in America, all these tech companies? Is Skype American in its origin? No, it's Estonian. Is DeepMind American? No, it's British. Is Spotify American? No, it's Swedish. And I can give you a bunch more. Why do they go? Capital markets. Do we not have a potential for capital markets in Europe? We have a higher potential. We save not quite double what the Americans do, but almost. So that's an area that we could very easily. We need to get it done. We can't have had 7, 8 years of this stuff, in Brussels as it was. We're now at a little bit of a cliff edge. Another example is actually a very good idea that Enrico Letta came up with, the 28th regime. That's clever because what we see is that often at national level we're running into trouble, aren't we? Well, create a fast track, and the 28th regime in that respect, I think especially for people in tech and digital and innovation, that's the type of thing that's really going to appeal to them, to say, okay, I can go down this track here and then I'm not going to get caught up.
Andreas, the last 5 years you were one of the faces behind one of the noble and very famous abbreviations in the digital sphere, the DMA. From your perspective and from an institutional perspective, how do you see the next couple of years? Because in the last, let's say, 5 to 10 years, there was a lot about legislation, about making sure that we have the rule book. But now there's a consensus in the expert community. The next mandate, we need to talk about implementation, specifically also because the European institutions have expanded when it comes to their competences and potential supranational enforcement oversight. How do you see this from the European Parliament's perspective?
Well, it's about Europe. So we speak about tech and sovereignty, but we speak about Europe in general. So the 28 regime that Anthony has just mentioned, Ursula von der Leyen has rejected it when she was a minister of the German Federal Republic. So we should also not now invent stuff that we know already, and it hasn't worked so far. Why are member states, in that case at the time, Ursula von der Leyen, so reluctant? Because they lose control. Can it be understood? Yes, but is it the tool for the future? No. So we need, because you were mentioning the introduction of the euro, we need courageous decisions, not only at the level of the European Union, but most of all at national level. Unfortunately, at the moment, it doesn't look so bright. Apart from Italy, no of the countries has a very strong government of the big ones. So we can only hope that when Merz becomes chancellor in Germany, that we take a bit of a risk, even though we know that member states won't like that much what is written in the Draghi report and in the Letta report. With the DMA, that's the connection to your question, we were able to put all the member states behind because it was clear that we can only win this battle together, and we can only do it if there is one centralized organization to deal with it. Still, there is a debate, should not member states, authorities have also some power to go against these companies, but I think they are accepting we have to do it together. That has been the key driver, but such laws are not that easy in tech now. For example, for capital markets, there are plenty of national authorities that should be swiped out. They don't want to leave. On customs and e-commerce, there are plenty of customs organizations that should be merged. They don't like that. And on all this, we have to change. We have to take a risk. And I think that's the key problem in Europe. We don't want to change. We don't want to take a risk, but we want to feel better. And that will not work. We have to do some action. And therefore, it will be dependent larger on what member states are ready to accept. For example, to attract tech, we need tax incentives. But member states want to do it on their own, and that will not create that big European market where investors will go. They will rather prefer to stay in the US, and that's at the detriment of the European Union.
So there needs to be more pressure on national capitals, because when I think about many of these legislation, many of the toolboxes and recommendations, we see a certain specific level of opposition when it comes to, be it network security, be it designating the reporting authorities for the DSA. We see a certain level of pressure with national capitals. Do you think that there's going to be a breakthrough in this mandate? Hopefully the German government also changes, because this will be a very important signal also for the EU. But do you think that from a national perspective we're going to see things a bit different next couple of years?
I believe we can only make it if we are recognizing again that it will be hard work. Because what we did in the last 5 years was feeling well legislation. A bit reporting there, a bit there, and then Mr. Letta, even as a title on his report, is saying more than a market. Well, let's make first a market. For service providers and for cross-border posting of workers, we are far away from a market. It's still a mess. Are member states ready to accept that we go for it? The Commission has made a first proposal. Maybe we can make the next step there. That would already help us just to be able to use the workforce in Europe to deliver on the Green Deal, because we are missing workforce in Germany and in France. So if we cannot bring them from Bulgaria and Romania, we just won't make it. So we need these people all over Europe. And for this, we need a European labor market, which is worth of the title. We don't have it. That's something that people don't want to speak about it. On capital markets, it's a bit the same. We won't be able to do it once at the moment, but we can, for example, on securities, be very fast. That would already help a lot. But then we have really to prioritize and to say, we will do it, even if there are people crying and screaming, but we have to implement it then. And on that moment, I'm still waiting, because feeling well is much better in Brussels than going for hard action.
Indeed. Anthony, you managed this very interesting survey just now that companies are ready to invest in Europe, provided. I'm wondering, because you were in touch with many of these executives, one of our mantras is about boosting competitiveness. How can we actually get those 80% of companies, to actually invest, not in theory, but in practice? What's the feedback you're getting, and what's the grievances you get from your members? Is it about high energy prices? Is it about bureaucracy? I'm curious, what's behind it?
Look, there are different elements and pressure points. None of them are a surprise. But going back to the first point Andreas made regarding reporting standards and the simplification or lack thereof. It's extraordinary, actually, the degree to which people feel they're drowning. And I'm talking about big companies. Imagine how the small and medium-sized companies are feeling. And we know how many of them there are in Europe and how dependent our companies are on them in terms of our supply chain. So when people think things are boring, like simplification, and maybe we need to find other slightly more dramatic terms for these things, they're very live issues. Of course, in certain domains, energy prices obviously are going to be a factor. If you're having to pay 4 times as much as your competitors in the US or in the Chinese now, then that's dramatic. And actually, one of the things that Draghi revealed is that we're super competitive, because we've been used to having to put up with many of these constraints, whereas others haven't. But we need those addressed. And we need scale. So capital markets allow for scale, but competition policy also allows for scale. And that's an important area. Look, I understand that when people built the single market, there was no competition policy at an EU level, and making it a reality was a really hard slog. And so those people, a little bit, as I can't agree more with what Andreas said earlier, letting go. This is basically all about letting go. So people need to go onto a sort of psychologist's couch and essentially understand that it's okay. whether you're at national level and it's okay, or whether you are, for example, a regulator at a European level who knows how difficult it's been to get to this point. You know what? We now have had a success, but if you keep doing the same thing for the recipe before, then it's a model that is now outdated and is pernicious. We need, for example, rules on mergers and guidelines on mergers that make it okay for people to get to the point where they can compete internationally. I'll give you an example. We had 2 fantastic producers of fast trains. You know who they are. They wanted to get together. They weren't allowed to. Now, who are the premier producers of fast trains in the world? China. And it's late. It's too late. So we can't allow that sort of thing to happen. And to think somehow that it's the end for the consumer in the single market. 5 telcos in Latvia. Why do you need 5 telco operators in Latvia? You have to be really pragmatic now. So I think that's the name of the game. Letting go, doing it quick, getting stuff done quickly, because we need to create a momentum. I mean, I think an element that's really critical is we need tangible things to happen in the next few months for people to start believing. You create momentum and you get moving. But it's not about just producing paper or discussion or indeed plans. We need tangible things. It's prosaic, but we have loads of obstacles to the single market that Andreas pointed out. Start dismantling them. Infringement proceedings. I know President von der Leyen has said that she's going to move forward on this strongly. And we have to place a lot of emphasis, not just on Brussels, because Brussels is not the member states. We have to go to the capitals of those countries. And occasionally we know it's at regional level that we need to put a little bit of pressure as well. So it's subsidiarity, but perhaps sort of, pressure coming down and a willingness to allow more things to happen at a European level at a time now where the global landscape has transformed.
Transforming in an amazing pace. Let's make a short pause here. Let's see what the audience thinks about our survey online. Colleagues, updates from Slido.
So indeed, one option was very much favored by the audience. 45% of you said that the EU should provide incentives for startups to remain in Europe, and then it was tied at 18% for the last 3 remaining options. The EU should focus on structural EU economic conditions. The EU should foster a stronger European venture capital environment, and finally, the EU should invest in strategic startups. So it looks like incentives are the way to go for our audience.
Thank you to you. Andreas, I know that you're pressed for time. This survey, does it make sense? Provide incentives for startups?
Absolutely. That's what I would always resume with unleash the potential that we have. And what does it mean? Incentive would mean that an entrepreneur, a young student from university, knows that when he starts tomorrow his business, it will be a bit difficult legally and so on. That is something that they are familiar with. They will find someone to help them. But then they want to invest 100% of their work time on their business and not on reporting and on A1 forms and on stuff that is just a precondition for them to operate. They have to focus on where they are excellent and not on other stuff where they are unfortunately not as excellent as other people. We have to give them the chance to focus on where they are strong. And I'm sure they also want to protect the climate. They also want to survive. We don't have to tell them in 100,000 rules what they have to do to get there. Sometimes they may decide that this year they prefer something else to a choice that the policymaker would have done. But in the long run, it will be very close. And let's compare ourselves to the Americans, because you were mentioning how to also boost investment. The Americans with the IRA, they have just given a tax rebate to everyone who wanted to invest. In Europe, that's always very difficult because Germany thinks about the tax rebates being done in Germany for investment in Germany. The French think about the same for French in France. And like that, we are again in the 27 melting pots, very small and not enough interesting for international capital markets to attract capital. And that's what we should look more. But it's also something where in Brussels we have been shying away a bit, because we have to focus on markets, on economic decisions, on those that work harder, they get more. And that's a logic that unfortunately hasn't been communicated so much in the last years, but that's the truth also in the US and in China in the end. If we don't invest our talent 100% in the task that we get, that we make ourselves, we won't win this. But if we do, and that's a bit the message that you give, we can make it. And therefore, we can be optimistic, but we have to focus on what we want to achieve first. And on this, that's the only point where I'm a bit critical with the Draghi report. On these choices that we have to do now for the next years to come, it's a bit weak. We have no answer in the Draghi report, and we are working on that at the moment in the EPP group, where to invest the people that are still there, but that are shrinking. Where should they work if we can choose? Because on lots of people, we cannot choose. We need people in the hospitals and so on. There we cannot choose. But the few ones we can choose, we should say, they should not work for reporting. They should not work for the big advisory companies. They should take the incentive that you show up here to build their own startup, and they should get the credit for that.
Staying on startups, you mentioned Skype, Spotify, DeepMind. There's this trend. Amazing people, amazing ideas in Europe, but they go either to the US or to the UK to scale and to get the funding, and then they come back. Then they come back to Europe. So how can we provide these incentives so that we keep them here and they actually, as you said, scale here?
Look, we've talked quite a lot about what needs to be done beyond Brussels, right, by countries and in the capitals. And we need to hammer that away, because it's super interesting just to blame Brussels for everything, and then we're not going to move. But Brussels is capable of doing a bunch of things, and I think there the European Parliament also, which is a very powerful institution, is able to help move things forward. We have a Horizon program that is funded to the tune of 100 billion right now. We are leaving on the table hundreds of startups that are given the seal of approval, meaning if there were money, they would get funding. Why are they not getting funding? Because there isn't enough in the pot. So we've called for that to be doubled. The Heitor report that has just come out, the expert report, has asked for 220 billion. That we need to make as a very clear, hard and fast decision for 2027. There's going to be 220 billion minimum in that pot, because there you have the incentives for far more startups. It's fascinating because even the ones that aren't getting money, when they get the seal of approval, the attraction that they offer for those who might invest in them anyway is far stronger than those that don't get it. So as a process, it's very good. But you need, to be supportive. And I think that's something concrete that can be done at a European level, that we have agency on here in Brussels in order to provide those incentives that your audience has asked for.
Great. We just have a word. I'm happy to introduce Dr. Elena Polakova, CEO and President of CEPA, Center for European Policy Analysis. Happy to have you, Elena.
Thank you for having me.
Based in Washington, D.C., give us your take. How is Europe? How do you see Europe from D.C.?
Well, it's great to be here back in Brussels. I apologize for being late. We just flew in this morning from Washington. I missed the opening of the conversation, but I think to my mind, we have an opportunity with the new commission, of course, here. We have a new administration coming in. We know what President Trump has said about the EU in the past. We know it's going to be probably a contentious transatlantic relationship, but I think it would be very smart for Europeans to think about what are the opportunities that we can still set a positive agenda when it comes to technology policy in particular. And I do think those opportunities will exist, particularly if Europe, I think, is willing to see the United States more as a partner when it comes to closer cooperation on tech innovation in particular, rather than as a competitor. So I think, unfortunately, often when we in Washington hear rhetoric or statements from European officials and European media that US companies in particular should be viewed in the same competitive lens as Chinese companies. That, I think, is quite harmful to the transatlantic relationship. What we should be thinking about is how can we build deeper trade relationships, deeper cooperation, deeper investment relationships to be able to better compete with what is the real competitor, I think, to our democracies when it comes to technology, which is, of course, Chinese state-owned companies that are going to step in and fill the gap if American companies step out. So I think there are opportunities for Europe to invest more, to have a much more dynamic technology sector that will drive European innovation. It may not be in some of the large European economies. You know, the Baltic states, Central Eastern Europe, I think, are leading the way in showing how there can be a successful model. So I think there are ways that we can look for more that we can do together, despite the fact that we will have an administration that will likely be a more difficult administration for Europeans to deal with and manage. But I don't think that should stop us from working more closely together as transatlantic allies and really building a much more cohesive and comprehensive strategy as how we outcompete China in particular.
Andreas, what's
First of all, I want to say we love you, Alina, because you are putting it really rightly there. I think we should deepen our trade relations. Absolutely, that's the reason why we are calling again to negotiate on a TTIP too. We would have needed it at the time. We didn't. Maybe you can help us in Washington to clarify that this is what would help us most to defend Western democracies in a globalized world. If we have a real open and simplified trade relation with the Americans. Absolutely. That would be my first take from what Alina said. And secondly, it's true that we are looking for fair competition. There are plenty of American companies here that defend this principle because they feel that we have to help them as well. And therefore, it's a global, and it's most of all, in that sense, a Western competition that we have to manage fairly between the member states of the European Union and between the Americans and the Europeans at a fair level. There are some issues that we have to fix, but generally speaking, I think also in the last 5 years we have seen that the Americans, generally, they are very close to us what fair competition means, and it remains to be seen how much the next administration is following some comments that we have seen, or if they stick to that way. But in the end, competition will be the driver for the economies in the Western world, wherever we look, and therefore this is the principle that we have to defend, and I'm sure that we can also communicate that to the Americans. But I would like to come back on that IRA proposal, because what you were mentioning before, the Americans just said, do it. You get a tax rebate if you invest, and the Europeans will say, well, you don't get a tax rebate, but you have to fill in this form, and then you have to apply here, and then, and after 100 pages, then you get $2, and no one wants to have this
in 2 years.
Exactly, in 2 years. So we have to unleash the potential that people decide where to invest best, and giving them the chance to reduce their tax burden, which gives them an immediate advantage and not only a long-term advantage. And that is something where in the European Union, with 27 tax regimes, because the taxes are done nationally, we are having a trouble, and we can only hope that the Commission can push the idea of that European capital markets, at least to an extent that member states have similar projects, because it doesn't matter if you are having a good idea and you invest in Lithuania, or if you invest in Spain. For the European Union, it's the same, maybe not in the first day for Spain or for Lithuania, but in the long term, it's the same. And therefore, we have to give also a bit of try to people to choose where they want to invest in the European Union.
Can I comment on that really quickly in terms of the model of protectionism that a lot of our countries are moving towards, which in the long term isn't going to serve our common goal to be closely aligned as democracies, also more economically aligned. I will say, though, the reality of some of these initiatives in the U.S. is very different than what it may seem. For example, the CHIPS Act has been so slow to actually get money out to companies, even though it was hailed as this huge investment in U.S. domestic production of chips. We have export control announcements coming out at the same time. Just earlier this week, the third wave of that from the Biden administration, which I would expect will stay on. So this dual policy has not been nearly as clean and effective and efficient as it may seem. So we are having our own issues getting the money out, especially when it comes to some of the IRA investments, because there's a good chance the Trump administration will reverse that policy. They haven't said that explicitly, but nothing is set in stone. And I just want to be clear about that. There's going to be a major, major disruption coming. I think everyone here is aware of that. But I think the potential positive is that we don't actually know still what the policies of the Trump administration will look like. And I think because of that, there is an opportunity to engage. And I would just really, really encourage a lot of the European leaders that have an ability to speak to the president directly to do that, because we can't have a situation where the only European leader who has a direct access for any sort of conversation with the US president is Viktor Orban of Hungary. Because that obviously presents a very, very difficult situation. So a lot of the things we talk about in Washington is who are the European leaders that are going to step up and show leadership. to really highlight the importance of the transatlantic relationship when it comes to economic revenues, to investment, to innovation. But I also think there is no competition that Europe can actually have with a lot of American companies. That ship has sailed, on scale, right? On cloud, on AI, these are not areas where I think Europe will be able to compete no matter how much you invest at this point, because it's either US companies or Chinese companies that dominate the space. So I think identifying the specific, much more detailed places where Europeans and European companies can still outcompete and be a strong asset and partner to US firms in particular is going to be key. I think biotech is a huge one that Europe has a lot of advantages in. Quantum is another one that a lot of European companies have advantages in. But I think in other issues like cloud AI, because of the capital markets fragmentation that you see in Europe, I just think that ship has sailed. And so I think the question is the new commission going to continue to hammer on regulation and focus less on what we need to do to invest in some key technologies where Europe still has some competitive edge, and forget about the others, because I think this is the reality that we're currently living in.
I would like to stay a couple more minutes on the transatlantic angle with both of our panelists. I'll open up the floor for the audience in a couple of minutes, so if you have any questions, please be ready to react. But Alina, I really like the thing you framed, that we should differentiate between the Chinese challenge and the opportunities coming from our American partners. And I was really happy we cooperated earlier in the year with CEPA on a joint report, the Martin Center, on the future of the transatlantic perspective from the lens of tech and trade, and driving this positive agenda. Question to both of you, maybe start with Alina. Where do you see those overlaps with our American friends when it comes to trade and technology that we need to push further? I think we're not ready for a TTIP 2.0 because of many reasons, but where are those avenues that we can build this positive agenda?
Look, well, thank you for mentioning our joint paper. I thought that was a really important initiative to show transatlantic thinking and thought leadership when it comes to setting an agenda for new tech policy in the transatlantic space. Look, the TTC, the Technology and Trade Council, I think we all had a lot of hopes that this new institutional mechanism that really allowed for much closer coordination between the EU and the United States was really going to try to resolve, or at least have a much more serious conversation about the real problems that we face as an alliance. Unfortunately, I think it did not fulfill those hopes. It was a useful coordination mechanism for other issues, but it really didn't solve a lot of the issues we have when it comes to data protection and privacy issues, which are, I think, the low-hanging fruit, frankly. Yes, we need a federal data privacy law in the United States. We don't have it. It's a big problem. We know that. But we have to start working around our own legislative limitations as well, because I don't think we're going to get that anytime soon, unfortunately. So the TTC, I think, is done. It was a Biden administration initiative. I believe that the Trump administration isn't going to repeat anything similar. But then again, how do we actually institutionalize some of the successes? I think one area where we actually made some progress in the TTC was in the AI space. Not so much in investment in AI capabilities or development, but more in standard setting. And I think that's really important, that we forget that these technologies are growing so rapidly that I think any regulatory initiatives are inevitably going to be already dead in the water once they're enacted, because legislation takes a long time and technology moves much faster. But I think what we can have some productive conversations, and maybe even something a bit more multilateral in the long term, is standard setting. And I think this is really important, because we really underestimate how technology is part and parcel of our values-based system, right? We talk about a democratic and open internet, for example, versus a closed and censored internet. Well, those are technological conversations we're having, but I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, who is going to dominate the tech space? Because whoever dominates the tech space will also dominate the values space. Because values do flow through technology. So when you think about every single person, every African country using a Huawei phone and using that on Huawei or other Chinese company built telcos, right? that presents all kinds of potential national security questions and competition questions. So I think one thing that I would suggest, as we're looking ahead, is to areas where we can work more closely together. It's obviously in the standard setting. I think it's co-development, co-investment in the private sector, because let's be clear, this is really a private sector conversation. Governments have lost the ability to drive innovation a long time ago. That certainly happened in the United States, and I think that's happened here in Europe. So we're very limited as to what governments could do. So what can we do to encourage and build closer Europe and US relationships? And it may mean that some European companies end up coming to the US because there's more capital and more investment. But I don't think that should be seen as a negative thing, as it often is. And I think for the Commission, one of the recommendations that we have recently suggested at SEPA is that maybe it's time to take a regulatory pause and to really think about the impact of the AI Act, the DMA, the DSA, GDPR, go back to the GDPR, and so many of the other successful regulatory initiatives that are starting, to my mind, I think, present a very, very complex regulatory environment that is not particularly friendly to all the other things we're talking about, like innovation and investment in startups and growth and scale and all of those things. So I think there's a moment to kind of pause and reflect and look for more concrete opportunities with the United States.
Thank you. Anthony, lots of doom and gloom in Brussels about the Trump administration. What's the gut feel of industry?
Well, look, very interesting to hear you, Alina, and how can I put it? I think that, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Sort of to see loads of great European companies head off to America because they can't find the money in Europe. If it were the other way around, the Americans wouldn't put up with it for 2 seconds. Europe is not one country, and the United States is. And that's part of the challenge that Europe has. And traditionally, the United States doesn't like talking to Europe. It likes talking to the countries. The equivalent could be if Europe went and talked to California and talked to the Carolinas and whoever else, all of whom depend hugely on European FDI, etc. I think that we all know the importance of the transatlantic relationship and the high degree of integration. My modest contribution here would be a greater recognition on the part of the United States of the importance of Europe to it. And how is that reflected? When the IRA is put together, no thought is given to Europe.
Right.
All thought's given to the former NAFTA partners, and Europe has to come and knock on the door. That is inconceivable in Brussels. I mean, there are brilliant organizations to ensure that would not happen. But it would be inconceivable for something to happen at a European level that didn't take account of the American dimension. So I think that there's a need for a big rebalancing, and I'm not talking about T's because, people are tired of these TT, TTC, etc. It's more pragmatic stuff, and I actually think that a lot can be done business to business. Yeah. I had a great conversation with the Business Roundtable, our sister organization in the United States recently. We have a lot of areas of commonality. But there's a lot also that's needed probably in terms of American investment into Europe. Europe is now the biggest customer for US arms.
Yeah.
Well, that stuff also needs to be built in Europe, because guess what? Again, if this were happening in the United States, if the boot were on the other foot, and you don't have employment in the US on it, and it's all happening over in Europe, people would really struggle with it. So I really make a plea here, because I agree on many levels. I mean, what you've said in terms of cooperation on technical standards is super important at a global level, because there seems to be inactivity, and there are other actors who are becoming very active. But I think that we probably need a little bit more from the American side towards Europe to say, look, we get it's Europe as well. Because if there are people you want to talk to on economics, it is at an EU and a European level. But you have to say, okay, I get it, and I'm going to do that. And that requires a little bit of a shift. And I also think that in terms of rebalancing, if you think about it, the degree of imbalance there is, and I'm not talking trade deficits because we know that's a little bit of a red herring, I think that there's a certain amount of rebalancing that needs to be done on the American part to recognize the importance of Europe and this transatlantic community that you've put your finger on regarding democracy and values, etc. But that also has to be followed up with economic acts and reality to ensure that the demos in Europe is sort of doing okay, because growth rates, for example, in the US, in the last 20 years, the US has grown 2% on average. And its exposure to international trade as a percentage of GDP has gone from 26 to 28%. Europe in that time has grown 1.4, and its exposure to international trade has gone from 30 to 51. And that includes China. That's a reality. So we have to also work off these realities and understand them and see how can we transition in a manner which is sustainable, which is realistic, which provides an element of long-term here. So big on the transatlantic relationship, but let's also put our actions and our money perhaps on the American side as well, where that willingness is, and not just see it as something where it's the Europeans that have to be the ones to make the play.
Can I make one quick comment?
Quick.
I agree with everything you just said, that Europe should play a much more prominent role and be a key strategic partner to the United States, as it always has been. I think, unfortunately, in a lot of the conversations in Washington, as I say this as someone who leads an institution called the Center for European Policy Analysis, Europe is often an afterthought. And it's a constant fight to even have conversations. We're talking about bigger issues around international trade, geopolitical risk, security and defense. Europe is often an afterthought, and especially the EU. So I think you're right that there's still this tendency to think of bilateral partners, not Brussels and the Commission. I think that changed in the last administration, but that's not, we're going to see a full reversal of that, I think, with Trump. And so unfortunately, I don't think that rebalancing is going to happen with this president, even though that's what I would personally like to see. Exactly what you said. So I think Europeans have to also understand that if you want attention, you're going to have to knock on the door even harder. You have to beat the door even harder, because that's just the reality we're going to be living in. I mean, this administration will not look to Europe as a strategic partner, despite our strong economic relationship. And just a comment on more industrial integration or broader private sector integration. This is the only way forward. Because we're going to have a contentious official relationship between Trump and likely von der Leyen and other commissioners and the administration more broadly. So defense industrial base integration is absolutely key, just like more co-production, co-development in the broader tech sector, which again, at this point, when we say the tech sector, we're talking about automotives, we're talking about defense, we're talking about online platforms, AI, everything. So we're really talking about a huge sector of the economy now. So I think the more that we can find, again, opportunities for our companies to see the value. And I think American companies have invested a huge amount in Europe. Unfortunately, what's happened to all those companies, as they've invested more and gotten very big, they've been hit with some serious regulation and fines, and we all know that. And so I think that just discourages more investment from the United States.
Let me just quickly come back on because earlier I was taking issue, and the one thing I don't take issue with you at all, on the contrary, is look, the United States has been critical to the existence of the European Union. And the United States is like a magnet, right? Sometimes it pulls together, and sometimes it pushes Europe into action. Right now, it is pushing Europe into action. So people say, oh God, how awful, this, that, and the other. No. Let the penny drop. We have to do stuff ourselves. We have to get our proverbial SHIT together, right? And the Americans have the merit, on many occasions, of actually encouraging that. You can argue with the manner in it. Sometimes you don't like doing things, but someone is essentially pushing you towards doing them. So Europe needs to be a lot more European. I think that's what I'm hearing from Marlene. And if it is, then of course the people on the other side of the Atlantic are going to be talking to Europe, because there isn't much of an option there. And that goes back to the conversation we were having earlier on regarding people letting go at national level in Europe, where we have a tension. We've been riding this horse of intergovernmentalism and the community method, which is not birth control, for far too long. And maybe at least, on many fronts, we need to know that we need to operate far more as one. And that, I think, is also going to be a lot healthier for the transatlantic relationship in the long term.
Lots of things on the table. Let's involve our dear audience. I see 1, to 3 questions. Gentleman on the left here goes first. 2 other questions in the front row. Let's take the group of 3 questions, and our experts can respond. Please also introduce yourself. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the fantastic panel. Sharif, Future of Technology Institute. Just want to get back to the point around AI and Europe's competitiveness, and I totally agree that it's too late for Europe to be able to compete on AI. But I think what I would add is that very specifically on generative AI. And I think one of the big issues that we've been having in the discussion around AI is this has been very, very focused on one narrow area of AI, which is generative AI, which from everything we've seen, including the latest kind of reports from OpenAI and others, is that it's hitting a plateau in terms of growth, in terms of potential. We know that it's not going to lead to AGI by itself. There's going to be lots of different areas of AI. And there's a few areas where Europe has a fantastic potential advantage in AI. So that's in artificial intelligence for industrial applications, embodied AI in robotics, in material sciences. And Europe has both the AI expertise technically and the industrial basis. And if that's an area where there is a push, I think that's some place where Europe could take a leading position globally. But it needs to happen quickly because someone else will come to it.
Excellent question, by the way. The creator of Linux, the operating system, recently said that current AI is 90% hype and 10% actual added value. When you actually think about it, generative AI for now is optimizing the emails of white-collar workers, but is it actually changing our lives? Excellent question. Peter Heffele, we can take the bundle.
Kurt Geisert, I'm one of the guides in the House of European History. Question for Anthony Gooch. Given the geopolitical situation which you mentioned, would it not be good if one day in the future Turkey would be a full member of the single market of the European Union?
Okay, specific question.
Peter Heffele, Policy Director of the Martin Center. Anthony, you shortly touched upon the defense sector. Later this day, we will welcome the new Commissioner for Defense, Andreas Kubilius. What potential is in terms of the title of our panel discussion now in innovation? Well, we discussed the general framework, but are there specific issues? And the same question goes to you. What can be improved? There's a lot of ideological framing or hedging. I think we have to break up and knock these doors as well. Thank you.
Okay, 3 excellent questions and a bonus question from the moderator, because I really want to squeeze it in, the China challenge, specifically also for Lina if she wants to address this. But maybe let's start with Anthony. There was a specific question to you on Turkey.
So over here, I can't agree more with the gentleman. I didn't see it as a question, I saw it as a comment, and I fully agree that on industrial AI, it's all to play for, and there's a hell of a lot that Europe can and will do. I agree about all the hype stuff as well. Look, there's LLMs and there's all that stuff. Okay, that's one form. There's a hell of a lot to play for beyond that. And Europe has an incredible gold mine in that respect. The oil or the renewable energy, whatever your preferred source of energy is, the electricity for AI is data. And we're sitting on a gold mine, 450 million people generating the highest quality data in the world. The problem is that 90% of that is leaking to the rest of the world. So it's time to get a little bit pragmatic and hard-nosed and make sure that we keep that value within and then see how we manage it and trade it beyond. Thinking again in having a good Europe. If we're talking about entry into the single market, I think it's a little bit of a no-brainer, to be honest with you. And it was a very good question because you know that there's an answer to a question that's a lot more difficult. But when it comes to the single market and Turkey, why not? And then on defense, I think, Peter, you touch on a very important point. One of the most formative experiences transatlantically for me was helping manage the trade dispute between Boeing and Airbus many years ago. That alongside the steel tariffs, and it's like Groundhog Day in steel. But on civil aviation, one of the things that we saw was that essentially both Europe and the United States were doing things that they shouldn't really do. But the United States did it a certain way and Europe did it another. The US did dual use. There was a huge amount of support, governmental support for defense, and that then had civil applications, dual use. And that's what Europe needs to get into now, because it's a fantastic way to increase the European budget without increasing it. So we know the European budget is capped at 1.2%, and a lot of people think spending 1.2% of your GDP on Europe is okay. All right. But if we can't touch that because it's holy, it's religious stuff, then how can you sort of get around it? If you're spending 2% minimum of your GDP, thanks to the US pressure, necessary pressure, surely a good proportion of the 2% can go into dual use and then end up helping you with your digital and green transition, which is a backdoor way of increasing your 1.2%. So I think we're in a very, very important area, and it's great to hear, for example, Manuel Heitor and his group on Horizon, going back to the innovation piece, talking specifically about dual use. And I think we have a lot to learn from the United States in that respect, because they've been doing it for a long time. We have a little bit of experience internally, and then we should look around the world in terms of best practice on dual use and really crack on there, because I think that's a fantastic opportunity, making a virtue out of necessity.
If you want to comment on these issues, and also please touch on the China challenge, this would be great.
Which is a whole other set of conversation, maybe a separate conference in its own right. But I think China always looms in the background of all of these conversations. Maybe as a way to transition to that, when I was looking at R&D investments for last year, like which companies invest the most in just core foundational research and development. And in the top 10, I think there was no European company, if I'm not mistaken. I think Amazon was actually the top company. I was frankly surprised about that. The other large US companies, Huawei, was in the top 5. So what we're seeing again is just over and over that European companies are not able to do the core research and development that is needed to really push forward in some of these much more innovative areas, right? And I think on AI in particular, I really appreciate the point that was made earlier and agree with it completely. But I think it's an entire ecosystem, right? We know that. It's not just about the data availability. It's about are you able to process that data as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible, which is all about chips. Do you then have the ability to sustain the data centers necessary? Do you have the energy? And we now have a lot of companies investing in nuclear reactors to basically power all of these energy centers, because one search in ChatGPT takes, I think, something like 17 times more energy than a basic Google search, right? So this is where we need to start thinking about, and that is a much bigger global question. Takes us back to China, because some of the dependencies we have on Chinese or Chinese-controlled entities for critical minerals, for some of the more advanced AI chips technologies, which I think at this point, I mentioned export controls policies. I think we've hit the edge of that. I don't think there's going to be an effective export control rollout after the one we just saw this week that will actually be able to clamp down on China's ability to develop the most advanced chips. And all of the companies that are leading in this space, like NVIDIA, for example, the top AI chips company, are finding ways to work around it because they need the China market. But we're pretty much done. So again, we're just step by step, very rapidly losing the ability to use government intervention as a way to either buttress or mitigate a competition from China in particular. So I think the question then is, what are the tools that we have, not just as the US or Europe, but together? Because if we had a more joint and a more collaborative export control policy, for example, I think we could have been much more effective in clamping some of China's capability in developing the most advanced chips technologies in particular. So that's just one area for cooperation that I think we should be thinking about, that I think will appeal to a Trump White House. Because we are going to see, I think, a very hawkish China policy, as we saw in the first Trump administration. Is going to be deeply disruptive potentially if we see kind of the tariffs, not just on Europe, of course, but also on China. It's going to disrupt our supply chains, global supply chains. They're already very, very vulnerable and fragile. So I think there's just the more, again, let's go back to the same point. We cannot have a US-China policy and a Europe-China policy. We have to have a transatlantic China policy. And I think Europe has come a very long way in coming closer to the general mainstream US position now, which goes across the Republican and the Democratic Party. But we still have so much to do to align on the core issues and the specific issues. Because we may all say, China's a challenge. But then you start getting into the details, and the approaches are completely different. From the EU, from nation states, from the United States. I think this is the real area where we can have a positive agenda with the US. If we frame it as how can we work together to ensure that we outcompete China in the tech race, but also in all of the other areas that we're talking about, like defense innovation. I think, to my mind, is the last thing I'll say, this is the place where we are seeing very, very rapidly evolving co-development and co-production already taking place because of Ukraine. Because we're putting some of this technology without any testing directly into theater, because the Ukrainians are doing it themselves and they're doing it very fast. And it's just pushing the level of innovation in the defense industry so much, and is being very disruptive, I think in a positive sense, to the US defense industrial base, which has also shown to not be as nimble, to say the least, or able to really meet the demands of full-scale war. So these are the things that I think are on the horizon that we can build and think about cooperating more as transatlantic partners versus as competitors.
Alina, Anthony, this has been a great conversation, a lot to unpack here. A round of applause for our excellent experts. Colleagues, back to you. Back to you, Anna.
Thank you very much, Dimitar and panelists, for the extremely interesting discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a series of back-to-back interviews to shed light on the role of tech and innovation on Europe's competitiveness agenda. We will hear directly from industry representatives, and to kick off, I'd like to welcome Sierra Herlinger, Global Head of Accessibility at Apple, and welcome back Dimitar Lilkov, who will lead the conversation on the role of technology in advancing accessibility.
Sarah, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to be here.
We had a high-packed, high-paced panel just now.
You did. It was wonderful.
The big issues, geopolitics, how to handle tech, in the EU. But maybe now with you, we can pivot to something a bit more specific, hopefully a bit more positive. You are,
I hope so.
You are the global head of accessibility in Apple, and you're a company which has a long-standing track record when it comes to personalization features and pushing the conversation forward on practical accessibility with your technology. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about Apple's approach here.
Sure, yeah. Well, Apple's approach to accessibility is we believe that accessibility is a basic human right. Taking a step back, there are over 1.3 billion people on this planet with some type of disability, whether that be around vision, hearing, physical motor, cognitive, or speech. That's about 16% of the world's population, or 1 in 6 people. And as we age, disability becomes even more a part of our world. By 2050, we know that the population of people over the age of 65 is going to double. So it is something that is incredibly important to us as a society.
Can you give us maybe specific examples of these features or these applications so that our audience can be a bit more familiar with?
Sure, yeah. So around accessibility, again, given that we consider it a basic human right, we build it into everything that we do. So across all of our products, we have features that are built in to support all the basic needs of users. And we really look at it more as customization than anything. Our kind of philosophy for this is we build it in at the core of the products so that when you take it out of the box, it's available to you whenever you need it. And we build it across the ecosystem. As a few examples of the types of things we do, something like eye tracking. Now, for anyone who doesn't know what eye tracking is, for someone who has an extreme physical motor limitation for whom their eyes might be the only way that they can interact with technology and perhaps communicate with a loved one, it's something that, there are third-party eye tracking systems out there, but sometimes they're unattainable for people. So with iOS 18 and iPadOS 18, we've built eye tracking directly into the operating system, meaning that someone can use their eyes to navigate on the device and do anything that they need within it. That's the kind of thing where by building that in as a base feature, it just becomes something that everybody can use when they need it. Other things like vehicle motion cues for somebody who gets motion sickness in a car, building into iPadOS and iOS 18 again, the ability to kind of have little dots on the sides of the screens to support your kind of the sensory overload that happens as things are moving around you, and be able to suppress that while you are a passenger in the car using one of our devices. Things like sound recognition, being able for someone in the deaf community to take an audible alert and turn it into a visual alert that shows up on your device to say, there may be an alarm going off behind you, or even a baby crying or water running. This year we added that into CarPlay. So for somebody who's a member of the deaf community using a car, to be able to know there's a siren or a horn honking around you. These are all just things that we build directly into the operating systems, often using a lot of really complex machine learning and AI directly on device so that they're private and secure, but available to you in whatever way you need them.
AI, the buzzword, the keyword.
I used it.
No, absolutely. I recently saw that Apple Intelligence is going to be rolled out in the spring, I think, of 25 in the EU. And again, expectations are high, the hype is high, but what does it mean in practical terms when we talk about Apple Intelligence and accessibility features? What's there yet to come in the spring of 2025?
Yeah, we are so excited about this. Apple Intelligence, again, like everything else we do, was built with accessibility in mind. So we've really tried to be thoughtful in how these tools may support people with that range of disability needs of vision, hearing, physical, motor, cognitive, and speech. And so to give a couple of examples of this, when you think about things like, there's an element of it called writing tools. And the idea behind writing tools is being able to craft a piece of text and then ask the system, make this a little bit more professional, or make it a little simpler and in the way it's delivered. And so for somebody who might, for example, have a cognitive disability, where asking it to make it sound a little more professional for them, or on the flip side, to take a more complex piece of text and say, please simplify this for me so I can better understand it. Those are really powerful for individuals with disabilities. There's also tools built in to try and help to prioritize things that come up, alerts, or you get in, if you get in a lot of email in a day or a lot of text messages, to say, this one is the most time sensitive. And for someone who, for example, might have things like ADHD and other types of neurodiversity, to be able to have all of that prioritization done for them can be super valuable as well.
In the opening of our conversation, you mentioned a really striking figure that we have up to 1 billion people globally who have some kind of disabilities. Of course, they range in magnitude. And I think in the EU as well, we have tens of millions of people with some kind of disabilities, up to even 100, I think, not sure the latest figures. But all of this work, it also means engaging with people with disabilities, with the stakeholders for this technology. So how do you, in practical terms, how do you develop these technologies and these features with the community, I guess?
Yes. Well, there's a mantra within the disability community that's been out for a very long time, which is nothing about us without us. And the idea of that is you don't build for a community, you build with them. And that is something that we take very seriously in the work that we do. Right from the start, it begins with the hiring of individuals with disabilities within our own ranks. So throughout Apple, and part of that is based on our building, being the people who are building this technology in the first place, we have many people throughout our company who are daily users of these assistive technologies, who are embedded in their development and telling us along the way, I just wish my device would help do this or that. And we really work with those individuals to make sure that we're building out what we do. Then it goes to externally, to working with whether it be organizations. Here in Europe, the European Disability Forum is an amazing group with whom we've worked for years Also, European Federation for the Hard of Hearing, European Union of the Deaf. I mean, I could list off a million different groups with whom we work here in Europe to make sure that the voice of those communities is always a part of what we do. And even just to give a plug for an email address, which is accessibility@apple.com, that's a public-facing email address we've had for over 20 years that we get a significant amount of email every day from users around the globe asking questions, reporting bugs, giving feedback, all kinds of things. So we know that we're never going to be able to build as well as we do without really engaging the communities up front.
Maybe in closing, I mean, this is Brussels, and we like to talk about policy. In closing, maybe we can touch on the European Accessibility Act, something which I think hasn't generated that much of traction in this city. Maybe even many companies are still not aware about their obligations coming next year. Tell us a bit more about the Accessibility Act and what's in store when it comes to implementation.
Yeah, well, I certainly hope that companies are prepared for this. It's something we've been working on with some amazing folks in the European Union for years now. And the act goes into force this summer. It is really, directs ensuring that technology is built to be accessible for all. And we're really excited about it. Given that, core for us that accessibility is a basic human right, we believe that rules should be made that, or at least ways that people are able to say that people with disabilities should have rights across the world. And so we're excited to see this come to pass and really, well prepared to be able to make sure that our technology works for everyone.
And the act is going to apply for every company operating in the EU, I guess, right?
Yep.
Okay. Rolling out soon. Well, Sarah, thank you. This has been a wonderful conversation. Thank you for joining us. And colleagues, back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for those valuable insights on an under-discussed area. The next discussion will be about life sciences as a driver of EU competitiveness. To talk about this link, I'd like to invite Agnieszka Krukowska van Handenhove, the Director of Government Affairs EMEA at Johnson & Johnson.
Hi, Agnieszka.
Hello, thank you for the invitation.
Pleasure. We continue more specific niche conversations after we had this more general panel on all things digital. Throughout our discussion in the panel, and I mean, this is Brussels after all, we've been talking a lot about the Draghi report. How does Johnson & Johnson see Draghi's recommendations and overall the spirit of the report?
Yes, I'd like to start with saying that as Johnson & Johnson, we very much welcome the European Commission ambition to really regain the region's competitive edge and attract investment, more industrial investment into our region. You asked specifically about Draghi. So Mr. Draghi recognizes pharmaceutical sector as a strategic pillar of European economy and also a pillar where Europe needs to do more. And some of the elements that Draghi focuses on and some of the challenges which are contributing to this widening gap between Europe and other regions of the world are, for example, less public investment in R&D, less private investment in R&D, and a weaker supporting environment, slow and complex regulatory framework, or the emerging complexities related to European health data space. And also, of course, President von der Leyen, in her mission letters to commissioner designates, as well as the political guidelines, she refers, of course, to the recommendation of Mr. Draghi. And I would like to highlight two things that she particularly mentions that are of importance to our sector. And it's the aspiration to make a more competitive and simplified EU regulation. So I believe for any existing legislation, she is proposing regular stakeholder stakeholder dialogues and annual progress reports on the enforcement and implementation of the legislation, while for any new legislation, she's proposing the competitiveness checks. She also talks about another thing that is very important to our sector, which is the EU intellectual property framework. And that's really the foundation for our industry. So I'm happy to talk about it also a bit more. But overall, we very much welcome the ambition, and we'd like to be, as a company, also a part of its implementation in the years to come.
Indeed, you mentioned a number of challenges, and we've been discussing this for months now when it comes to Europe's competitiveness and the things which are hindering our progress. But maybe let's think a bit more positively. Where do you see the strengths? Because the Draghi report also talks about that Europe still has many strengths. From your perspective, I'm curious, from a pharmaceutical company, where do you see those strengths? Where do you see those potential economic advantages of the EU?
So maybe first I would like to say that life science sector is important not only to meet the healthcare needs and the needs of the patients, the doctors, and the society overall, but it's an important driver of economic growth. It's also bringing a lot of job opportunities and really attracting strategic investment into our region. So the life science sector is contributing to the EU trade balance more than any other sector, and is responsible for the 20% of overall research spent in Europe. 20%. I think that's a significant number. It is also employing around 900,000 people in the region, which is, you can imagine, like a population of a city like Budapest. When it comes to the strengths that you asked about, I believe we have in Europe diverse healthcare systems, fantastic research capabilities, manufacturing excellence, really academic institutions and center of excellence that are employing really top-notch clinicians and scientists. So this is something certainly to build on. But at the same time, I mentioned we are facing this increasing competitions from US and China, who are also very invested in their life science strategies. And that leads to challenges such as brain drain or the declining share of global clinical trials in our region. So on that note in particular, we have observed that in the last 10 years, the European share of global clinical trials has fallen from 25% to 19%. So of course, that's a worrying trend. And in order to reverse this, we need to take like an end-to-end comprehensive approach and build and develop a strong life science ecosystem in Europe.
The life science ecosystem and the life science industry in Europe, your company is focused on a lot of activities which touch upon this industrial angle in the EU. And maybe let's spend a couple of minutes on the industrial policy here in the EU. What are those enabling conditions or things we need to improve so that our industrial base can actually thrive here in the EU?
I believe there are a couple of things that could be improved to really make this industrial base in Europe competitive for life science sector. But maybe let me focus on the three which I find the most important ones. So the first one is about better and smarter regulations. So something that we alluded to already at the beginning of our conversation. Life science sector is highly regulated in order to provide high quality and safe medical technologies to the patients. But at the same time, the availability of those medical technologies can be put at risk by over-regulation. Over-regulation across various domains, the product liability, clinical operations, manufacturing, supply chain, and others. So we really need to be careful about that. And at this point in time, we have really so many legislative revisions ongoing for our sector. European Health Data Space, AI Act, pharma and patent packages, some components of the EU Green Deal. So we have to make sure that the revision of this legislation provides our sector the legal certainty, predictability, agility, so that the industry wants to continue to invest in our region. And another element which I also already alluded to at the beginning is the EU intellectual property framework, again, the foundation for our industry. So companies like Johnson & Johnson want to have the certainty that when the product reaches the market, it is protected from unfair competition for a limited amount of time. So frankly speaking, intellectual property is the best incentive for investment in lengthy, complex, costly R&D processes in order to deliver the products to the patients. So that's one element. I believe the second area for improvement is around capitalizing on the EU single market. So again, we talk a lot about this. We talk a lot about the EU single market being the cornerstone for European economy. And again, from the perspective of life science sector, indeed, some of the operations that we do it does make sense to make them harmonized and at the EU level, and therefore leveraging the single market framework. And that is, for example, clinical trials, regulatory approvals, or the very much debated European action to tackle shortages of medicine. But at the same time, there are some other issues or other aspects of our operations, such as pricing and reimbursement of medicinal products and medical technologies, which is happening at the local level by the member states. So we really need to make sure that there is no duplication between those two levels of governance. And a good example here can be also EU HTA regulation, which is coming into force in January. So again, as an industry, one of our main concerns is that there is no duplication of joint clinical assessment at the EU and local level. So it's equally important that the member states continue to invest in their healthcare systems, in their sustainable healthcare systems, and provide the patients with the latest technologies. And last element that I wanted to mention, which I think it's a shared aspiration across many sectors, is really that investment in talent and skills agenda in Europe. So life science sector is a huge contributor to European knowledge-based economy. But in order to continue to do so, we need to invest in education and lifelong learning of scientists. Today, nearly 3/4 of European life science graduates choose to stay in hubs like Boston or San Francisco after completing their doctorates. So we really need to, again, reverse this trend, invest in STEM education, and also prevent the brain drain. So attract and retain this highly skilled workforce by, for example, facilitating international work permits. So I would say better and smarter regulation, leveraging the single market when it makes sense, and investing in skills and talent agenda.
Yeah, I think this blueprint, not only in the pharmaceutical and the healthcare sector, it needs to be applied in other domains as well. Finally, I'm tempted, the buzzword, the keyword, AI. I mean, innovation in the healthcare sector is a driver of competitiveness. Let's be honest. When we talk about AI and foundational models, I hope that this is not only hype, but it's actual advancement. So talking about foundational models in healthcare and data science, what advancement do you see in the future as a driver of competitiveness in your sector?
Absolutely. I think we can all agree that generative AI is already revolutionizing healthcare, and it's definitely an ongoing trend. And even though it's at the peak of its hype, I think the real impact and the full potential is yet to be seen. As a life science company, we constantly evaluate how Gen AI can help us accelerate the discovery of new drugs and new medical technologies, and how it can also help advance the patient pathways, so really finding the right algorithm, right treatment algorithm for the right patient at the right time. And the range of application of AI in healthcare is really very wide. So it can be from understanding and treatment of diseases, discovering and developing the new products, providing healthcare professionals with new insights, and overall making the patient experience and patient treatment pathway more personalized. But in order to realize really the full potential of AI, I think there are two key principles that we have to remember. And the first one is access to data. So we need to make sure that scientists and healthcare professionals have access to data so that they can take the most informed decisions that will later turn into best patient outcomes and more sustainable healthcare system. And the second principle is trust. Trust is foundational in healthcare, and so is in AI. So definitely as J&J, we very much stand behind the principles of fairness, transparency, privacy, and responsibility of all AI applications. But more to come, and it's definitely an exciting space.
More to come, indeed. Thank you, Agnieszka, for these wonderful recommendations. I hope we see some of them actually put into practice. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our digital section of our European Ideas Forum. Colleagues, back to you.
Thank you very much, Dimitar. Thank you to our partners for these valuable insights. It's always helpful to hear from our industry leaders. Now, dear audience, I would like to invite you all to join us for a coffee and lunch, which is ready right outside. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. for the rest of today's program.
Dear audience, welcome back, both here in person in Brussels and online. We will continue with a panel discussion in media partnership with Financial Times FT Live. The title of the panel is Building a New Coalition for Trading Democracies. How can we bring a global dimension to a transatlantic trading relationship? Now, I'd like to invite to the stage the moderator, Andy Bounds, EU correspondent for the Financial Times.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and thanks for having us and for being here. I'm Andy Bounds. I cover trade, among many other things, at the Financial Times in Brussels. As we know, trade is now becoming economic security as well. What used to be sort of set up as a system for the most efficient way of moving goods around the world and production has morphed into something more complicated, where one has to consider economic security concerns, technology controls, the rise of China as a power which perhaps doesn't use the same rules of the game as many other countries. And of course, we now have the prospect of a return of Donald Trump in the White House and his own way of using tariffs and trade for different ends. So I'm very pleased to be joined here by an excellent panel of speakers. We also have one online who I think will be joining us in a second. So on my right, I have Julia Winkler, who is the Vice Chair of the International Trade Committee of the European Parliament. On my left, Daniela Schwarzer, who's from the Bertelsmann Stiftung, and Glenn Margaman, Associate Professor of Economics at the University Libre de Bruxelles. And online, we have Julia Friedlander, CEO of Atlantic Brücke. So thank you very much for joining us. So we're going to start talking about this kind of, is there a prospect of a global alliance of democratic trading partners who can do things together in this world to sort of limit, to preserve technological edge and limit the catch-up of maybe authoritarian actors. And I'd like to start with Daniela, if you could sort of maybe frame the issues and how the developed world is grappling with them.
Well, had you asked that question a few months ago, I would have easily said yes, and it's happening. But now, with the US elections and the incoming US president, Donald Trump, in January next year, who has already said that he is planning to impose tariffs on Europeans. He has recently mentioned also Canada and Mexico with even higher tariffs. That whole question of whether there is a possibility among like-minded democracies to create an even closer and more open economic space, which would include technology, digital developments and everything. I think we are right now at a moment where the answer must be we don't really know. Because I would argue there is a joint interest across the Atlantic and well into Asia with Japan, with South Korea. There's a strong interest to move closer together because China is becoming an increasing challenge. But if you have the biggest single economic player here, the United States, announcing tariffs on allies and the strong wish to rebalance its external economic relationships with key countries, there is a risk that we actually enter into a phase where there are more trade disputes, there are more tariffs, and there is less of a strategic outlook where we could go together.
Glenn, would you agree with that? And is there also a danger that it sort of pits people against each other, the US approach?
Right. So I think, well, the starting point is that we've had, after the Second World War, the rise of the GATT and WTO, which is still our kind of negotiation and collaboration platform, I think. But it's not going really well, right? So the dispute settlement system has been effectively beheaded. There's a lot of anti-dumping discussions going on. So our classical WTO system is not really in good shape. From the point of view of the EU, for instance, I think if we focus on, let's say, the European Raw Materials Act, we should collaborate with third countries. However, those are very often countries which are ex-colonies of us, and so we need to collaborate with them as partners, right? So we need to be able to source those materials from those countries and collaborate as partners. And so I think we're not in a great shape to be able to set up this collaboration from that side as well.
Yeah, and just to follow up, is there a tension between the sort of the bid to be green on the EU part and to ask these countries to hit certain standards to send their products to the EU in order to fight for the planet, while at the same time asking them to send us other things that maybe we really want, but
right.
On our conditions.
Right. So of course there's the entire discussion about deep trade agreements and standards and so, but I think that's very much a political discussion, much more than only economic discussion.
Yeah. Okay. If I could turn to Julia. Can you enlighten us a little bit? You've got a map of Washington, D.C. in the background there. Can you enlighten us a little bit of how this looks from the US perspective? Does it want to be collaborative, or is it expecting everybody to line up behind it?
Well, I think it's probably a mixture of both. And yes, that is a map of Washington behind me. I've spent 15 years there before coming to Berlin. I think that you witness a sort of schizophrenic, maybe not schizophrenic, but confused American policy towards the concept of economic security. It started under the first Trump administration, continued throughout the Biden administration, although you could arguably say they put a sort of coherent package around the concept. And now as we head into a second Trump administration, a continuation of the similar concerns that you experience in Europe. What is the future of competition? How do we continue to provide stable employment to our populations in the face of continued de-industrialization? And how do we counter a often predatory China at the same time as our markets are indelibly connected to it? So I think that there's a lot of focus on European dependencies and the perception, I think, in some of these European conversations that America has found the recipe to sever itself from those dependencies. I think that we have to realize that we're really all far from it. And so as we focus on whether we're tariff in one form or another, and that's where I would urge caution about jumping to conclusions. There's going to be continued tension between market valuation, the profitability of firms, home employment levels, and of course, how you calibrate national trade balances. And so when we look at the American policy and how it comes out, often in fits and starts, often with strict regulatory obligations on third parties, I think it's helpful to realize that it's the American policymakers, whatever political stripe, whether they tweet or not, are in an experimental phase about what America's role in the global economy is in the future. When I tend to sit back and when I have sort of some darker hours in the evening, I tend to look at some trade flow data and realize that after the pandemic, the whole concept of who's a great power in the trade space has been upended. And every country is looking to find a new comparative advantage in new areas of production and economic growth, and whether it's in manufacturing or in the digital economy. And all of this could work very well against the United States' plan to impose sweeping tariff. Again, I think there are many in the incoming administration who are going to probably question that, but to realize that the United States is not an indelible island, and that many of the decisions that are not made in Washington are going to have strong actions on the domestic economy. So I think, just to go back to the premise of this conversation, I think that we're going to find many in DC who are going to look strongly towards European partners to partner on many of these issues, without the sense of collaborative spirit you have in the Biden administration. But I think that there is a fundamental understanding that the United States-China policy cannot succeed, right? I repeat, cannot succeed without European partnership.
Oh, that's very interesting. Thank you. So, Julio, you're grappling with all these issues as an EU lawmaker. Yeah, how do you think is the EU prepared enough? What more could it do to?
So maybe from this first round, I think we all agree that there is a link which maybe was not present 10 or 15 years ago. This is the link between trade and economic security. I think also that when we discuss trade, we have to discuss supply chain. That's very clear, and I think also everybody agrees here in the panel. So problem comes that if we have trade and economic security, this means that also we have political decision much more present than maybe 10 or 15 years ago. And I don't know if this is good or bad. I'm on the political decision side, so I'm coming from the European Parliament, from the International Trade Committee of the European Parliament, and I remember 2009. 2009 was the year of the Lisbon Treaty, and that changed a little bit the political players in economy and trade, because competencies have been diverging a little bit. We have EU-only competencies in trade, we have shared competencies in investment, we have member state-only competence, and then, okay, so what we are discussing now about? We are discussing about friendshoring. Let's make the alliances of democracies working in trade. And my question is our homework done here in the European Union? If you remember CETA, of course you remember CETA, the Canada agreement. Is it ratified by the member states after, I don't know, 7 years or 5 years it has been? We have 17 member states ratified this agreement out of 27. And if Canada is not a like-minded partner, I mean that it's hard to find another one. So we had 5 years, the last 5 years, the term which just ended of the European Parliament and the European Commission, in which we did ratify only one agreement. It is new, well, 2 or 3, but one main agreement. It is the EU-New Zealand agreement, which poses the question, is the present doctrine of the European Union, the DCFTA doctrine, that we have to have deep and comprehensive free trade agreements, we have to load on the cart of the trade. We have to load climate obligations, human rights expectations, labor rights expectations, sustainable development, green transition, and all the others. This is very important because the EU is also about values, not only about interest. But where is the limit? How much is not too much in this line? So I think that we have to do something at home. For example, this ratification of CETA, we have to do some convincing that the EU can still deliver, that the European Parliament can still deliver. And this is not so very obvious in this moment, I have to say, and I think many in the room also share this view. And I think that we have to do something which is very complicated. I just make a hint at it, because it would be something about changing mentalities in the greater, larger public in the European Union. So I'm a guy who's elected by constituents, and all the other 719 colleagues of myself in the European Parliament are elected by constituents. And if our constituents don't believe that trade is good, then many of my colleagues will also not be very keen to ratify, to vote, to extend, to debate on trade in a positive manner. I finish with 30 seconds I have a very naive thought. Because when I'm looking to all the, for example, in history channels and documentaries, speaking about showing us ancient civilizations, all the stories of ancient civilizations begin with the following. It was a civilization which flourished, which began to manufacture and so on, and then they began trading. And after they traded, they became a great civilization. Why is it not true today, if it was true some thousands of years ago? A positive approach to trade.
Yeah, it's interesting that President Macron made a remark about when Trump arrived, we need to stop being herbivores and become carnivores. But of course, that doesn't extend to eating Canadian beef or Brazilian beef. But anyway, so just what are we trying to protect here? What is our security? What are the key things? The big development was the restrictions on semiconductor machine sales by ASML, right? ASML is the leading world player in these things, 10 years ahead of anybody else. And by stopping China getting those, you restrict its tech industry. Are there other areas where we have an advantage like this, where we have the technology? Does anyone want to come in on that?
Well, hopefully.
What would you be protecting if you were, Ursula von der Leyen?
So you're asking a German.
Cars.
We have a very bad example, I think, honestly. Yeah. The German vote on the tariffs on Chinese e-vehicles, which, you are asking for what is being protected. And here, clearly, an industry which is not leading on e-vehicles, apparently from a government's perspective that is going into elections, didn't want those tariffs because of retaliation expected in China. And so the risk, and I'm quoting this example, the risk is that in this more competitive environment where trade interests blend with security interests, where global power aspirations or leading world power aspirations of China compete with US leadership, in that world, there's one big interest, and we need to protect that, and that is the European Union must try and stick together. Because being divided over these issues, I don't think will help us in any particular way in the medium term. Maybe in the short term, you can make a little win and explain at home that you protected your domestic interest. But we need to realize that as a big European market, we are relevant in the world. If we are not prepared for a situation where external players may actually deliberately try and divide us, then we will lose ground and we will lose our power base. And so I think what we now need to protect is really European unity in this situation. And now what is it that we protect in terms of economic security? It is certain parts in particular of digital, of industrial pieces, but it is also the question how we protect our own companies against foreign direct investment. That's why there's investment screening, because in our value chains we want to be sure that there are not critical components which are owned by powers with whom we compete in other ways. So I would argue that we are right now in a world where the security conversation and the economic competitiveness discussion is really one big thing. And as we are now heading into a new 5-year term of the European Commission, and we see certain adjustments in the setup of the Commission, I think one thing that still needs to be solved is how these areas of work are really better integrated and brought together. And I just want to make one final point, listening to you and the difficulties of communicating trade. I remember very well how Germany at some point turned against TTIP. Remember, a transatlantic free trade agreement, Obama was US president, there was a real relaunch of transatlantic relations. You would have thought that Germany was very open to supporting the European effort to build a new transatlantic trade agreement. And we saw exactly at that time what you just described. Parliamentarians and government members did not want to go into the lead to explain why this is beneficial, why it is beneficial to build a deep trade agreement and an investment framework to really create a transatlantic market space. We lost that opportunity then, I think really because the political leadership was not strong enough vis-à-vis domestic audiences to explain and also to think through how the losers get paid off, because that's usual. When you forge a trade agreement, there's always some group or some industry that may have a disadvantage. But in former times, there was always a lot of discussion how to compensate those so they can see a bigger interest in the whole thing. And on TTIP, we missed out in a situation where transatlantic relations were quite solid, actually. And now we are heading into a phase where there will be more tensions. So I think we will move far more towards more segmented approaches if at all, we get agreements on certain sectors. So I think that's where we need to go and not give up at all. It's really still strategically important to bring our economies closer together, but the communicative effort vis-à-vis our domestic audiences is even bigger than it used to be.
It was very interesting if you happen to be a junkie who watched a lot of the hearings for the commissioners designate, like I did, where Christopher Hansen, the new agriculture minister, actually argued for the Mercosur deal on the basis that farmers would sell more things to Latin America than we would possibly buy, wine and finished goods. And actually the EU has a massive surplus in agri-food exports. But that's not perhaps known by many people. Anybody else want to comment on what, I think Glenn, you know about
perhaps just to build
what
on
we should be protecting?
Sorry,
Right?
on the previous. So I think trade policy in particular, and especially tariffs, are a very good tool to hit as a surgeon in a sense, right? So the US knows where, if you target the car industry, you know which country you're targeting. China knows exactly which kind of tariffs or which kind of policies to implement to kind of try to put a wick between the different countries in the EU. That's one. Two, as an economist, I think it's really hard to understand what are strategic goods or sectors. I mean, we can look at the data, right? And we know during COVID there was the medical respiratories, there was face masks. There's a problem with electrical vehicles and car batteries. But what's going to be the next crisis? Maybe you have a water crisis coming up, and so we're not prepared for that, and we're not even able to evaluate how exposed we are to those particular goods, how strategic they are, how dependent we are, and how important they are for us. And I think there's a lot of work to be done, and building up across the different member states through Eurostat, through data building, through policy making, to aggregate information and to build together to be able to understand where the dependencies are, how vulnerable are we to those things in general, not just based on data or lobby groups or a particular crisis. How should we think about developing policy to target these things? What do we want to achieve with those policies? Is it about protecting domestic industries? Is it about protecting particular groups of customers or producers? And how to implement this? And I think has been raised before in the sense that trade policy is not an independent component, right? So we have the different DGs. We have trade policy, competition policy, public policy, cohesion policy, social policy. But they are very much interconnected, especially with those deep trade agreements, right? So you're not only targeting trade, you're targeting investment, you're targeting green, you're targeting standards. You need to be able to collaborate across all those policy fields to be able to have a good, cohesive, and inclusive policy making. And I think subsidiarity has been one of the key cornerstones of the EU, but perhaps it's also in our disadvantage at the moment because we're being played against each other. And I think, for instance, there's no EU-level industrial policy right now. So what can we do to actually build up to a common policy in that sense, right? So exclusive competence being trade, maybe we need more actually, rather than being played out against each other.
Okay, Julia, can I just turn to the Trump question again? I mean, you sort of painted a picture where, not everything's set in stone. There's going to be competing interests in Washington. How do you think the EU best kind of engages? I mean, there'll be competing issues in the EU. Some member states will be rushing off to talk to Trump. Others will be running away. How do you think the EU should best handle this threat?
Thank you. Well, I think it would go without saying that I would say try to speak with a united voice as much as possible. That may be a little bit of wishful thinking. But I will say that compared to the last time around, the impression of the European Union and European Union institutions has grown in Washington. And I think that has a lot to do with some trade actions, such as having an economic security strategy put forth by the last commission. And quite frankly, through the remarkable unanimity shown in 2022, after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine began, that there is certainly an understanding that the EU is a force to be reckoned with. And so I think that to the extent possible, and if I look at the portfolios of the new commission, you see that many of what we're talking about, you just mentioned the new agricultural commissioner, that the competencies are divided up among, when you talk about economic security, are really housed in five different places within the commission. And so I think to the extent that when each of these commissioners either jointly or individually travels to Washington, and repeats a very similar narrative, right? We need to figure out how industrial economies are able to compete in a fractured global environment, and how we are going to, with lucid clarity, compete with China, and when necessary, take strong actions against Beijing's behavior. I think that that will ring very true in Washington, and particularly also in the U.S. Congress. So it has always been, and I'm sorry to say this, always been a bit of a strategy in the US to say who are my allies on policy ABC in Europe, and try to build those concentric circles to try to develop consensus within European circles, within the European Council, first and foremost. And so I would say that it's sort of a new strategy to kick off the space, or it's a new strategy for member state leaders to travel to Washington and complain about the other one. But what it ultimately means is that the Washington is grateful when there is a strong voice coming out of Brussels, and certainly they will witness that through Ursula von der Leyen. So that's sort of my cautious optimism here. I think that there's not going to be an appetite for anything sounding like a free trade agreement in Washington, but there are going to be many open ears for technological alignment, for certain aligned state subsidies. You have to cut through the noise and understand when I say that Washington is confused, that there is a predominant in Washington, more voices that are thinking like the European Union than those who are thinking in terms of abstract tariff, including the president.
Right, very good. And Yulia, do you think we can build that unity in the EU? And also, where do these new, I mean, since Trump was here last time, we got a note of new instruments, didn't we? Which I think have now been seen as anti-China instruments, but originally were sort of anti-Trump instruments.
Yeah, well, we got a lot of new instruments, but I think we also got a lot of the old problems which are still on the table, because we never stop speaking about the EU, which should speak in one voice. But that is increasingly difficult. And just let me, we spoke about the TTIP. That's one dear memory of myself. I was a huge fan, and I really think that that would have set a different course to our transatlantic relations, and would have been a very, very good thing. At that time, in 2014, TTIP was the main topic of the European elections in Germany and France. In my country, in Romania, Eastern European country, nobody has heard. Besides of the wongs and of the university teachers and the very young people, nobody has heard, and nobody had any interest in TTIP. Although we in Romania are very deeply linked with the United States from security point of view, from many, many points of view. Today, on the table, we have Mercosur. And probably that's a sign of the deeper integration of my country to the European Union, that suddenly there is a huge opposition in Romania against Mercosur. I'm not sure people who are opposed, the agricultural associations and so on, know the figures about Mercosur. And I'm sure that we are 32 members of the European Parliament coming from Romania. If we all go home for 30 days and we speak only of Mercosur and only in the about figures, I mean about what is on the table, we will not succeed in changing the mood of those people. So we have, and as it was said also, that it's about a free trade agreement which has different sectorial effects. So some sectors have to be compensated for some losses, and maybe that is easier to do, because at sectorial level you have some European associations, you have some knowledge, you have some leverage on discussion. But there is also a different kind of unequal effects of free trade agreements, and that's the regional effect. Because if you look inside the European Union, 27 member states, 300 some regions, you will see that for each and any free trade agreement, you have regions in which you can account for the wins, and you have regions in which you can mainly account for the losses. So just a very recent example, the EU support for Ukraine in agriculture. Nobody was bothered in Belgium, I believe, about the Ukraine agricultural products flooding. But it was a huge problem in Poland, Slovakia, Romania, and Bulgaria. So it was a regional effect. But if we are in a common market and if EU solidarity is true, then we have to show for this solidarity, which is not so very easy. So I think, nevertheless, I'm not complaining. I think I come down now like somebody from the parliament continuously complaining. No, I'm not complaining, but I just say that we politicians need the help of associations, of academia, of the civil society, of NGOs, of people understanding trade and working in trade, so that we can develop arguments, and we have to strive for this one voice. The European Union is a rules-based organization. What are we? A rules-based organization. So we need rules-based trade. We will not have it. At least I don't see in the following years WTO getting sorted out the questions, the challenges. They will not be able to sort out the litigation. I don't think so in the following years. It's almost impossible. But still it has to be kept alive, and still we have to make the argument for the rules-based multilateral trading order, because if not, then we have the other one, which is the power-based and the very sectorial tit-for-tat trading order, which is far from being ideal.
Yeah. Just briefly again, yeah.
Sorry, it's very nice to hear you say about regional inequalities. We have an ongoing project where we're doing exactly this. So we have the 235 NUTS 2 regions in Europe. You look at trade policy, public policy, industrial policy, and see what's the regional impact. And it's indeed true. So I'm very happy to hear that it's also in the minds of people, but also data-wise or simulation-wise, it's true that you'll have countries which have the top winners and top losers within the same country. And some of those, according to the model, are Germany, Hungary, and the Netherlands. Right? So a lot of this heterogeneity that you will only see at the regional level, which you can never see at the member state level, actually. And so these are important, especially from a political point of view, again, important components. So
because I mean, a lot of Trump support was built from those states which had lost out into trade. Right, we've got time for some questions, online or from the audience. People online can ask, and I will see them. But anyone in the audience have a question they wanted to ask? We have a gentleman at the back. I don't know if we have a microphone or if you just maybe, it's a small room, so maybe just stand up and tell us who you are and ask us your question. Thanks.
General agreement on trade and tariff, and then became WTO. Looking at the current environment, we all see that enemies of trade. Could you please tell us which are the lobbyists for the free trade? Which is the leader for the free trade? Should it be UK with this new government? Should it be Germany here? Should it be Macron? Should it be, who is the leader of the new free trade area among democracies or in general? Thank you.
Yeah. That's a good question. I mean, I think the UK has left the EU, which is not news, but it was well known as a champion of free trade, and indeed since has done some free trade deals with partners which farmers would probably disagree with greatly, but, were approved by the general public. So it shows it can be done, with New Zealand and Australia. The EU was not able to do a deal with Australia because of the amount of beef it was prepared to buy. The UK did. So anyone got any ideas of where the champions of free trade might come from?
Well, look, I think there are countries, in particular those with a very open economy, and Germany is among them, the Netherlands, but others as well. They have a huge interest to really actively engage, because we are in a situation where really the world map is being redrawn. We have not decoupling, but we have more risk management vis-à-vis China. We may be pushed towards more of that by the United States if Donald Trump decides to ask Europeans if his stance on China hardens, to go along with him, and that would, accelerate developments. And now I think Europeans, and in particular those economies which are most open, have a key role now to seize, and first of all to talk to the United States as early as possible, even before January 20th, and try and argue why we have a mutual interest to keep our economies open to at least some extent. And then secondly, yes, I would think Germany as the largest economy, 27% of GDP of the Eurozone alone on Germany. If you add France, you're almost at half. That is a critical economic mass. So I would hope that both countries that are comparatively open understand that they have an interest to be shapers of the future EU trade policy. Obviously, the competence lies with the Commission, but as so many things are changing right now, and as there is such a need to bring the debate on security closer together with the trade debate, plus the digital and tech discussion which we are having, which is on the one hand a regulatory one, but also an industrial policy one, because we need to leap forward in terms of competitiveness. I would hope that the European Commission gets serious backing from national capitals in this effort to avoid that Europe loses economic ground.
Yuli, can I ask you, I mean, obviously the new member states, as we still call them sometimes, 20 years ago now, but you know, Poland, Czech Republic, Romania, but they were, at least when they joined, very actively pro-free trade. Is that still the case?
Well, if you ask me, I was going anyway to intervene, but that was on a different note, a political note. But I will try to answer to your question, because probably at the very beginning, in 2004, respectively 2007, just try to remember those years. Those were the years of economic boom. Those were the years of endless hopes. And then 2008 came, Lehman Brothers came, and then all the other miseries came, which seemed to never end. 4 or 5 years, and you have a new crisis, you have a new pandemics, and you have a new situation which stresses the resilience to the limits. So I think that it's not fair to say that, look, you have been in the Eastern Europe champions of free trade and now you got scared or you got tired. No, it's about our place in the supply chains. Are we going to stay in the global supply chains and in the intra-EU common market always at that place which is the beginner's chair, or are we gonna get the chances also to climb? And I know that we have to do our lessons, and we do a lot in this direction. But as you can see, problems are not arising at the western part of the European Union. Problems, unfortunately, are arising at the eastern part of the European Union. And we
problems,
not political problems, war. War and conflict.
Yeah.
War and conflict. And that comes with a price. And what I was, if you may give me 1 more minute, please.
Yeah.
What I was going to tell on a political note is that I'm looking to the panel of the Winfried Mantel Center, which is one of the hosts, or the host of this event at these 2 days thinking. And I remember my discussions with Wilfried Mantel, and I think that some of the ideas that he said were linked to the globalization which has to work for everyone. This was one of the, is it true? This was one of the ideas of Wilfried Martens. Globalization has to work for everyone. So I think free trade also, the question was about countries which are champions of free trade. But also I think that there have to be political powers that have to be champions for the free trade. And I am very confident that my political party, family, the European People's Party, will continue to champion free trade, free and fair trade, but free trade and openness of the European Union. And that was one of the ideas of our great founder, Wilfried Martens.
A very good point. Any more questions from the audience? So there's a gentleman here I saw first in the front row.
Thank you. Very interesting discussion. Just a quick question, because I think probably we're in Brussels, but I would say that almost identical kind of conversations are happening in Tokyo and Seoul. You know, heavily dependent on the US, heavily interlinked with China, dependent on US security guarantees. So wouldn't it be incumbent on the EU to talk more to both Tokyo and Seoul over the next 5 years?
I think we sort of covered that a bit.
Yes, that's what I sort of tried to say in my first take. I think it's crucially important. And it's not only because we are, you know, in a way we sit in the same boat because of the structural conditions which you have described. We depend on US security guarantees. We are open economies. We need resources from abroad. Japan has its own painful experience with China years back. So that is an argument, but we also have a lot to learn from from Japan, because Japan prepared for the situation far earlier than we did. And if you look at the amount of European Japanese and German Japanese consultations over the past years, and the intensity of the discussion in the G7, first Germany chairing, then Japan chairing, on economic security issues, there is a lot to do together and a lot to learn together, or to learn from each other, really. And my concern is really that, again, if the situation between the United States and China should escalate, that we lose this moment where we can have this discussion all together. Because as Europeans, we are very interested to build closer relationships with Japan and South Korea, but if Trump imposes tariffs on us and really makes it more difficult for us to be a close partner to the United States, this can have a certain dynamic also with regards to the triangle in Asia with US-Japanese relations. And I would argue that the security dependency of Japan is even bigger on the US than ours. And that could lead to dynamics where the core conversation is not going to happen between Europeans and Japanese or South Koreans on the one side, but really between Washington, D.C. and the Asian partners. Also because the key strategic interest of the United States has now moved towards Asia.
I also believe that the US is so significant, so large, the security guarantee is so big. So, for example, we had the critical raw materials agreement, which Japan secured with the US and the EU couldn't secure with the US. If you were to say to Japan, you should not sign that deal until the EU has a deal as well, they will probably say, no chance. So, you know, how far does the sort of unity get? Because actually, in the end, these are fundamentally bilateral relationships with a very, very significant global power, right?
I agree.
But sorry, we had a question.
Yes, Peter Ifle, Policy Director of the Martin Center. Well, our title suggests that it's just trading between democracies, but some countries come to my mind, such as Singapore or Vietnam, who have a strong interest in open and rule-based trading and other rule-based order issues. Why excluding them? They are powerful and rising powers, and maybe others might come in the future into this kind of club. So that leads us to a tricky thing of the democratic versus autocratic systems and or trade. There's maybe a kind of trade-off even in these kind of strategies we might pursue. Thank you.
Anybody want to take that one? Julia, maybe?
No. Just a 10-second thought, and we didn't even mention the UK. Why didn't we mention the UK in this discussion? Or we did, and I missed it. Because yes, that's a very interesting situation about Vietnam. That is very interesting. That can you have a sort of relation that can satisfy also the people who are always pointing at the human rights problems in Vietnam? Can you not look there? Of course, you cannot look. We are the European Union. We cannot close the eyes. But in the same time, I think that we have to find out, and I think you are right, we have to find out also how to interact with different kind of political systems. But we were talking today of democracies trading together, and then I missed this little bit hint or a discussion about the UK. Will they decide to continue their regulatory divergence? Will they stop it? Will they, sometimes it was a few years ago, it was a sentence about frictionless trade. Today it's not frictionless, and I think my impression is that each month brings new and new burdens, not more and more frictionless trade. So can we keep it close with the UK? Because I'm sure that it is our interest, it would be our interest. And the transatlantic cooperation, I think it would be including absolutely the United Kingdom. So that would be also a topic, but obviously, not enough.
Another panel. We had a question from online as well. Then I'll come to the lady there. But about trade and democracy. You know, does democracy actually have an impact on European trade policy? We have this question now from some people in France are saying the Mercosur, you know, it's unfair because France can be outvoted, you know, to do this deal. I mean, is the EU sort of set up for this new world of accountability to populations? As you say, you know, maybe 20 years ago, nobody really noticed these deals. Suddenly they're very engaged in them.
Well, I think everything we said about the problems to ratify agreements these days and to get political leadership, that goes to that question of how democracy and trade agreements play together. And I would always argue we shouldn't hide those decisions because they are of strategic importance. And it is a question of political responsibility to explain not only why the step is necessary, but also what would happen if we don't move. Because right now what we see, the Commission is mandated to negotiate an agreement, negotiations go on and on and on, it's done, it's a deal, and then ratification doesn't happen. And also this limbo has a huge price for the European Union. Not moving is also costly in times where many others are moving. So I really think we need to be very honest, and we need to look back maybe also at things that haven't gone well in the past, where we missed opportunities. And I would like to comment on your question, why don't we talk about the UK? I think it's absolutely right. We must speak much more about the UK. There's a window of opportunity now with the later leadership and the European Union, where we see how important we are for each other in terms of security. If you look at the role the UK plays in supporting Ukraine against Russia's aggression, and you mentioned the war as really a defining element for what's happening on our continent. We can't push that away. That is, I think, the biggest challenge. And the UK is a big supporter, it's a NATO member, and we kind of miss the moment right now where we can say, let's build closer security partnerships, and it's happening between London, Berlin, London, Paris, and others, but also look at the economic relationship. As EU members, I think we should have a key interest that the UK is strong. And so I do believe we need to review some of the problems that have been caused through and after Brexit, and really think about our continent more holistically and bring together the security dimension and the trade dimension.
And Glenn, can I just ask you, as an economist, and we started this by saying, you know, trade is about making things more efficient. So something like the EV investigation, you know, where you make Chinese imports more expensive, means the consumer is going to be paying more for a car. On the other hand, you might preserve an industry and jobs which otherwise might go. So how easy is it to balance out and say, actually, this is the right approach, that's the right approach economically, and then convince people, you know?
That's a very good question. I hope to be able to touch on that, because we talk about trade policy all the time, but it's about integrated policies across multiple dimensions, and industrial policy is one of those key components. And very often, I mean, the old industrial policy is trade policy, right? So you try to protect your domestic industries by raising tariffs, making it harder for international competition vis-à-vis the domestic market. We know in theory and in practice what this means: higher prices, bad for consumers, generally welfare losses. The good thing is you have tariff revenues, perhaps, right? So maybe you can kind of smooth some of the problems there. On the other hand, industrial policy might be about subsidizing, trying to attract the electric vehicle plants. Northvolt is a particular recent example here, which is going to lower price for consumers, making those domestic industries more competitive in the international market. So the dynamics are much different from trade policy versus industrial policy, while the initial idea was actually the same. Going back to the integrated policy decision-making, so one big problem, I think, for the current EU industrial policy is that there's no integrated policy, in the sense that there's a lot of subsidy shopping going on. So a manufacturer goes to Germany, goes to France, goes to Spain, goes to Sweden to ask, where can I put my factory? And so this is a race to the bottom that again is playing against us in terms of how divided we are in that sense. So yeah.
And just 30 seconds maybe.
Yeah.
Also to answer your questions, that's why we so much needed the WTO. Because the WTO, if it works, can tell you this subsidy is fair or unfair, this is dumping or it's not dumping, or at least has rules for establishing all those facts.
Yeah. So we had another question, lady second row back. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name's Sandra Kaduri. Just maybe it's slightly to the side, but there's a rumor that Elon Musk wants to put $78 million into Nigel Farage's Reform Party in UK. But it just brings to mind this idea of big money, big business, big trade. How is Europe going to protect itself and its values from this kind of effect of huge money entering politics, business interests and politics merging? What can we learn from what's happened in the US with its democracy there, and what can the EU do to preserve its values?
I think, ironically, Kamala Harris spent more than Donald Trump. She said maybe money doesn't always work. Is any? Do you have a view on that, Julia? Do you have a view on money in politics?
Yes, apologies. I didn't realize you're gesturing towards your screen. I think that's one of the major shortcomings of the American political system, is that it is driven by big money interests, and you can see through certain cabinet appointments that are made not only under Donald Trump but under every administration, and the appointment of choice ambassadors, that it is often given to the highest bidder. What I do think is interesting about it, as you just said, is that Kamala Harris spent more, and she was tied to many of the larger institutional donors than the Trump campaign was that the American voters seem to think that they're voting for unwinding that system, and there is a desire to take big money out of politics, believe it or not, to unwind special interests. If you're talking about the military-industrial complex as one of them. There's a movement from the left and the right in the U.S. to question the role of tech firms. So you'll see that Lina Khan is actually popular among parts of the Republican Party. So it's really sort of I think we're at a very sort of liminal moment in the U.S. about whether the big money driven political system is sustainable. I think that we've noticed, I think that the European electoral processes are very resilient. Let's face it, facing wars, facing rise of fringe parties, yet still we see a composition of the European Commission and the Parliament that are, not the way we thought they might have looked when we started this great election year or super election year. And that quite frankly, there have been external parties meddling in European elections for a very long time. Maybe they weren't Elon Musk, but they had other big names from other countries. So, whether Elon Musk pumps money into Nigel Farage or not, I think that there is you see that Europe is quite more driven by parliamentary politics from the bottom than the U.S. is. That's my personal view of the situation. If I could come back maybe just to 2 seconds to some of the comments that some of my colleagues made, because I apologize I'm not there. I have something akin to COVID, so hence the tea. Is that, the question we're ultimately asking is how to preserve a Western way of life. And if we talk about whether we're only going to work with democracies, this was something that, frankly, the Biden administration tried at the beginning of its term in hosting a summit of democracies. And then they realized that there were going to have to be some candidates at the table, but with whom we had close ties, who weren't necessarily on the spectrum of democracy. And so it got renamed into the Summit for Democracy, and then proceeded to design the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, what sort of was a non-trade trade agreement with Asian partners that was putting labor standards ahead of market access, and lo and behold, it didn't really didn't gain traction. And so I think we're in a little bit of a sort of maybe sober moment about how we define who we work with and when. If you question whether to work with Vietnam or Singapore, well, we've been working with them for years and years, and the more you exclude China from your value systems, the more your goods are going to be routed through Vietnam, and your financial transactions are going to be rerouted through Singapore. So I think it's a question about how you put, the principles of supporting democracy abroad on the scale with fundamentally supporting what has economic fundamentals of what has supported European democracy on the other side of the scale. So it's a complicated picture there, but I think we're in for a period of reality.
That's a very complicated position. There's about 1 minute left, Yulia. I don't know if you just want to briefly mention what happened in Romania with the elections, which we don't know if there was foreign play, right? But we had a,
That's not really a trade issue, but
but I mean on the money issue.
Probably it's a money issue, and for sure it is a foreign interference issue.
Yeah.
Of course, now I can be blamed because I cannot put evidence on the table at this moment. But we had yesterday, the Parliament had a discussion in the Internal Market Committee. I could not participate because I was still at home, suffering the consequences of the elections. And it's clear that when you have technology with not sufficient democratic oversight, when you have technology at such a complicated or hard to get level that the institutions that are supposed to oversee what is happening are either lacking the technical capacity or lacking the human capabilities to exercise this oversight in real time, it's no time, because when you prepare an election, it's about 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, it's about the electoral campaign. 3 months ago, nobody was capable to flag that something will possibly happen, and that needs oversight. Probably the Brexit, the vote day, and all that was discovered afterwards would have gone differently, because it was 49 to 51, it was not 40 to 60. So I mean, democratic decision is also this very tiny difference decision.
Yeah.
So and there it's clear that you have to have much more proficient institutions and much more technically capable people inside those institutions.
Thank you very much. Well, we've had a massively wide-ranging debate there. Lots of food for thought. Hopefully the audience has gained some insight, and I'm sure this issue is not going to go away. So thank you very much to the panel, and please stick around for the next one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our speakers for this very interesting conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're beginning to approach the end of the European Ideas Forum 2024. We have a highlight for you in our program. The next item on the agenda is an exclusive discussion with the newly appointed European Commissioner for Defense and Space, Andrius Kubilius. Also, will be joining him is Camille Grand, a distinguished policy fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. And now I'd like to invite Tommi Huhtanen, who will moderate this discussion titled A New Era for European Defense Policy.
So thank you, Theo, and welcome everyone to our new next panel of EIF, New Era for European Defence Policy, with EU Commissioner for Defence and Space, Andrius Kubilius, and Camille Grant, Distinguished Policy Fellow at European Council on Foreign Relations, former NATO Assistant Secretary General for Defence Investment. By the way, this is the first public appearance of Commissioner Kubilius, so much thank you for having this possibility. Europe has many challenges. Our challenge in this panel is that we have clock ticking, so let's go straight to the issue. I think we all know the content or context, war in Ukraine, Russia's aggression, Russia's threat, combined with the question of US engagement and involvement in the future in Europe, combined with the quite gloomy global outlook. In that context, Commissioner Kubilius, in your, so the question is how you are going to build this. And interestingly, in your hearing speech, it clearly states that, well, etc., the mission letter tasks me to help Europe prepare itself for the most extreme military contingencies, which means, pause, to prepare for possibility of Russian aggression against EU member states. So very clearly, this is not academic exercise. This is not about European synergies. It's really about the serious issues. So the question, how are you going to do it? What are your 3 priorities which you are going to push forward in this?
Well, first of all, really, thanks a lot. Pleasure again to be with Martin Center and well, as you said, perhaps it's really my first public appearance as a commissioner. But not the first day when I'm thinking about what we need to do. And definitely my mission letter is very clear. This language about readiness for most extreme military contingency comes from my mission letter, which means that who knows how those mission letters are board. This is opinion of Commission President. So Commission President understands of that threat, of possibility of military aggression. And that is why we need to be really in preparation of what we call white paper. We need to put very clear language on what we need to do. Now, in my view, there are 3 most important topics which we need to discuss. First of all, Russian aggression will depend very much how we shall succeed to support Ukraine. If we are failing, then this aggression can come even sooner and more aggressive. Second, of course, we need to take care about our own readiness to defend ourselves. And here, if you will read President Niinistö report, you can see the language that our readiness is not on that level which we would like to have. That is why we are expecting that we can, in our synergy with NATO, we can take NATO so-called capability targets, which NATO now is renewing, and which, at least what you can read in international media, that NATO understands how much, those capability targets needs to be raised up. And we need to take those targets in order to have some kind of industry output plan, which would say what we need to produce in nearest future. Because if you look into what different intelligence services are saying, for example, German one, they are predicting that Russia can be ready to test EU or NATO member states with its aggression before 2030. So we have quite a limited time. It's urgency, and of course we have quite a big task what we need to do. And the last point is, of course, everything, all our plans need to be supported with very clear financial plans. How we are going to finance all those needed production and upgrade of our defense capabilities. And here are, again, several things which we need to have in mind. One is, next MFF, but MFF will come only in 2028. Again, very clear language in political guidelines that we have no luxury to wait till 2028. We need to look for additional funds, and quite big ones. There are discussions about 500 billion for next 10 years to be invested into defense. And the last point, of course, is banking sector, starting from European Investment Bank, which till now is not investing into defense. We need to discuss how we can change that.
Excellent. Before we go to more on the, the content, financing, how to get the investment, just a little bit kind of Brussels bubble question, because we have Commissioner Kubilius, then we have Vice President Virkkunen, Henna Virkkunen, who will come a little bit later here, and then we have, of course, Kaja Kallas. How is that? Have you kind of figured out how you're going to, because those two actors are also involved, have you figured out how this is going to play out, how you're going to process it? You have kind of Nordic team there?
Well, definitely, first of all, we have some kind of this Nordic-Baltic team.
Yes.
And perhaps, what unites us is really that we know very well what are the threats.
Yes.
Second, of course, being from the same region, at least, I'm always saying that with Estonians, we are very good to exchange, jokes and anecdotes about each other. but we know each other very well, so that is why I don't foresee any kind of, misunderstandings. Yeah. And of course, again, I can repeat, situation, threats, security challenges are of such magnitude that, there is no time for some kind of quarreling between of ourselves.
Okay. Very good. Kamil Grant, you have been in this city on these topics already decades. So let's imagine it. Let's imagine that I'm not here. Let's imagine that the audience is not here. It's just two of you. What would be your advice for Commissioner Kubilius on how to move forward from this? Just between us.
First of all, I would congratulate Commissioner Kubilius on the appointment, because I think it's a very powerful signal coming from the European Union to appoint a commissioner for defense and space. And I think it is up to the moment, which is so critical. Maybe my advice, if I may put it this way, or at least my thoughts, would be, first of all, I think it is going to be critical. There's a lot of talk in the defense bubble in town about the white paper that the commissioner has to prepare in the first 100 days. I think there is an even more pressing issue in the first 100 days, which is what difference can we make in Ukraine now? Not in 1 year, not in 2 years, but now. And I think this is a task for us collectively as Europeans and for the European Union to really reflect on what can make a difference in the coming months in Ukraine. We know the situation is very critical, and we know we have a responsibility, and we need to put our actions where our mouth is. We say this conflict is existential, is critical, has a direct impact on European security. So what can we do to enable the Ukrainians to be in a much better position in this ongoing conflict? Number two, which is a tricky thing, because that's really over time that I think you will have to build this, and I know you're committed to this. It's how to build a relationship of trust with member states that see the European Union, the Commission in particular, a bit as the Americans would put it, the new kid on the block when it comes to defense. They know about NATO. They've seen the EU emerge as a defense player over the last few years and becoming a serious player in many domains, but there is still a question mark. What's the added value? What's the Commission's going to bring to this? So I think there is a need to develop, including a form of a new methodology, to work with the member states to make sure that the priorities are well aligned and defined together, and to make sure also that the level of ambition of the Commission is consistent and well aligned with what we need to do collectively, because of course defense will remain primarily a member state's responsibility. That also has an impact in the relationship to NATO, and I was very pleased to hear the words of a commissioner on the issue of NATO. And then lastly, I think there is a huge challenge for Europe collectively, which is to prepare for the future, for the long-term future. There is an ongoing tech and arms race that is taking place globally. Europe is not super well prepared for that. We have wonderful companies and players in the domain, but by comparison with what's happening in China, the United States, even Russia, sometimes we are lacking behind. And there, I think we have a responsibility, including in a context in which we might have to defend ourselves with less America, meaning that the Europeans need to be more responsible for their own security, which, by the way, is probably the best way to preserve a strong transatlantic link.
Thank you, Camille. There were many, many issues. But let's take one which you mentioned, this famous, EU-NATO relations and against the backdrop, when Jens Stoltenberg left, he made these comments, a little bit harsh comments about overlapping. So how do you see this? Because, of course, when EU under your leadership starts to build the capabilities and different structures, the risk of overlapping becomes more evident. Or is it really a relevant argument, or how do you see that?
Well, from the very beginning, I understood that this is a question which I need to have a very clear answer, and I can repeat and repeat what I am saying everywhere.
Yeah.
That I do not see any possibility of competition in between of European Union, Commission, and NATO. NATO is really, is very important and very good in developing so-called defense plans. NATO has high military command, and we are not pretending into that area. What EU can do, we can bring added value, helping member states to build their capabilities up to that level which they need to have in order to implement those defense plans. What does it mean we can assist, in building capabilities? It means that we can, look how we can ramp up industrial production and so on and so on. And up to the level that we can, implement what is called NATO capability targets. So NATO is bringing, very clear numbers, what EU member states and EU as such, on the European continent, what we need to have. And you will read, for example, perhaps months ago, Die Welt was publishing some article about those new plans. So there are very clear numbers, like there will be a need of additional 49 brigades, NATO is asking. It means, there will be a need of 1,500 additional tanks, new tanks, 1,000 pieces of artillery, several thousand, vehicles, and so on and so on. And my point is very, very clear. We need to ask, first of all, member states and then industry, if we really are preparing ourselves to defend ourselves against possible aggression, and in such a way maybe to deter that aggression. So we need to implement those numbers. How we can do it? It's much better to do it in a collective way. That is where EU can bring exactly this added value, because EU can raise money, what NATO cannot do, and EU can put some additional legal language which would help member states and industries exactly to prepare with those capability targets. So that is our added value, where we can really be helpful for member states, helpful for NATO goals, and that is what we need to do. And I am absolutely sure that we shall be able to do that.
You mentioned, Commissioner, you mentioned many times money. So I think I guess that's the big question. We have various, challenges. The European Union, the transition of economy, sustainable transition, and like today's vote in the French Assembly shows, the budget is the issue. So where is the money? How confident are you that, because as you mentioned, the commitments are huge. Of course, we have now the recent decision on the cohesion funds. I guess that's positive, but how do you see that? How optimistic are you that we get the resources we need?
Well, first of all, what we need to have in mind, of course, preparedness costs money, and quite a lot of money.
Yeah.
But non-preparedness will cost much more. So that is what we need to have in mind. Second, of course, we shall elaborate perhaps some language in our white paper. For time being, it's a little bit too early to say which way we shall go, but if you will look into what experts are discussing, of course, there are several, options. There are talks about possibility to have so-called defense bonds, but this is a sensitive issue because some countries are saying to borrow with the guarantees of European Union budget is not very much acceptable. That was done during pandemic. Now some countries are much more cautious. I am looking into such a way that I hope that NATO also will come to conclusion next year that there is a need for member states to invest more than they are investing now into defense. If now there is this standard 2%, it can be raised up. Some countries really are investing even now much more, like Nordic, Baltic countries. Some countries are still a little bit behind. But it's very clear that with all threats which we are facing now, member states will need to invest more. The question will be if, in years to come, member states are ready to invest more. We need to look into possibilities how we can front load those money which they will spend in years to come, to front load them to have investments now. I think that this is also possible. There is possibility also to look more carefully into, is there a possibility to repurpose some of the existing programs where still money are not spent, like RRF or cohesion funds? Now, why not to start to look into possibility to spend those money for defense, which is also very important in general for economical development. If you will look into Draghi report on competitiveness, you will see that Draghi is exactly showing that defense industry and space industry are those industries which can bring a lot of added value in general for competitiveness of the whole economy. And then there is again some possibilities to look into what Prime Minister Letta was speaking in his report, to look into possibility to borrow from European Stability Mechanism, which was again done during pandemic. Still there are possibilities to borrow now for defense. And we need to look into all those possible directions, possible areas, how we can raise those money. But for me, it's very clear that the threats which we are facing now are pushing us not to delay. And again, Commission President recently, when she presented the new Commission, she said very clearly, Russia now is spending for military needs 9%. We are spending 1.9%. And she said, something wrong is that equation. And she said, we have no time to waste. And we need to be ambitious. So that is what I see as
that is
political, very clear message.
Yeah, Camille, defense investment was your cup of tea it still is, but was for many years. So how do you see that? How would you react to what Commissioner Kubilius said?
I think we need to be honest and frank with European citizens. The sort of money that is needed, so being at 2% means that the member states will spend roughly 400 billion a year, probably a little more is needed, and then what comes on top of that from the EU budget or through other financial mechanisms. The question for me is very straightforward. I think we are not quite in a war economy mode. I'm not suggesting we move to a Russian-style war economy that is damaging for the economy, and this is not what we should do. But if we don't do this right now, that we might well end up in a situation where we have to spend much more in 5 years from now. So the whole issue is to do the right thing, to be at the right level of ambition, which is absolutely manageable. It's not a guns versus butter dilemma or welfare versus warfare dilemma. It is the right choice, way below Cold War levels, to make sure that we are safe and secure as a European Union and as Europe, as the whole of Europe.
Very, very clear. Commissioner, how our global partners come in picture? We have United States, who are, on the political level wants Europeans to engage more or invest more on its own defense. I think it's justifiable point of view, but at the same time they want to be very much involved in a commercial aspect of that. And of course, on the other hand, one can say it's very we need American help to build this structure. Then we have others like South Korea. So how the global partners come in picture on this game?
Well, first of all, I'm always again repeating how I see the challenges. I see them in some kind of two time frames. One is, challenges coming from Russia, and those are urgent challenges. As I can repeat again those intelligence reports that before 2030 Russia can be ready, to test us. So we have quite a limited period of time when we need to catch up with capabilities and to invest, from as less as we can do it, quite a big amount of money. But second, challenge, which comes with a longer term, time frame, it's what I call China, rising military power of China, which can force Americans to spend much more of their political attention, defense resources to mitigate this, Chinese rising power.
Yeah.
Which in decades to come can, mean, and we need to be ready for that Americans simply, not because they do not love anymore, Europe, but simply because of Chinese rising power, they will be forced to diminish their presence on the European continent. And this is nothing, what we can change. This is not in our capacity to change. We need to be ready for that. What does it mean? No, now Americans, we are spending around of 350 or maybe coming closer to 400 billion. Americans are spending 900 billion in general for defense. So the question is how much they spend for European security. We need to have very clear understanding. And second, of course, what Camille have said, we need to look also into, from that point of view, that we need to be ready to modernize our defense industry at such a level like Americans are doing or now Chinese are catching up. Because if Americans will start to diminish their presence on the European continent, then all the gaps we shall need to fill up by ourselves. Now, on industrial development, I see several things which we need to have in mind at the same time. From defense point of view, it's very important to see industrial capacities to produce needed weapons, to keep them, to maintain them and to repair and so on, especially during long-term war. That is some kind of what I call, this is the same defense capability, like, to have weapons in advance, to have military personnel trained, or to have military logistics ready. So from this point of view, our industry, has challenges. It's too fragmented, too weak, and we need to take care about development of our industries. That is why, really, we need to be quite persistent in using our money to raise up our capacities, defense industry capacities. From another side, for time being, we are, for example, not producing number of weapons which are very important. For example, long-distance, precise striking capabilities. We do not have. Or what Camille is always saying about strategic enablers. So, that is why we shall not, till that time when we shall be able to produce them, of course we shall buy that equipment, either from Americans or from other producers, because we are not producing them.
Yeah. Great. We have still a couple of minutes left, but I would like to give floor to Camille to a bit comment on that, because how you think the Americans tried to come in on this discussion.
Maybe two additional thoughts. First of all, in terms of partners, just a word about the United Kingdom,
yes,
which is very much part of the European defense industry ecosystem. If the British government is willing to, I think there is room to deepen that relationship, and I think they are part of the thing, just as Norway already is in the system. Second, on the Americans, I think we need to recognize that the US industry, while it's much larger, is very much focused on the domestic customer, as to serve multiple customers around the world, in the Indo-Pacific, in the Middle East, and so on. So it's not necessarily even able to deliver what we need. So it's not as if there was a gigantic supermarket across the Atlantic where everything was. So we have to make sure that the European industry is in a position to deliver. And then we have to work on what are the urgent needs, what's the best way to meet them, and what are the more longer term needs, and how can we ramp up European industry to meet those demands.
Thank you. Still a couple of questions for Commissioner. First of all, Camille mentioned the white paper, which is, it's going to come on 100 days. Thank you, by the way, also the recognition of Marte Center contribution on that. But what what role do you see for that white paper? What is it like a blueprint on your strategy for next 5 years? How do you see the role?
Exactly what I was trying to say at the very beginning. When you asked 3 priorities, I said, I see that white paper exactly developing our policy instruments, policy measures, policy philosophy, based on very clear threat analysis on 3 major topics. Our security and threats of possible war aggression will depend very much on Ukraine. How we are succeeding with our support, military support to Ukraine, how we are succeeding to convince Putin that he will not achieve anything in Ukraine. That should be our message. We need to win this war of narratives. Second, of course, is our preparedness, how we are raising up ourselves up to that so-called NATO capability targets, and the last chapter on financial side. And with a whole clear what I would call, again, philosophical or behavioral message. We cannot allow ourselves to stay on some kind of incrementalism basis. I am saying we need to jump up to what I call Big Bang approach. Because threats, time limits are very, very, very clear. And we need to change our attitude that what we were doing till now is not enough. And we need to rise to those challenges which we are facing.
Thank you. A very final question before leaving the floor to Vice President Henna Virkkunen. Welcome, also part of the Nordic defense team, if I may label. Let's go 5 years from now. The term is coming to end. So what would make you happy? Which kind of European defense union, how it will very briefly look like? What would give the sensation of satisfaction that you made what you wanted to do?
Well, what will make myself happy is that my family in Vilnius, 30 kilometers from Belarus, are living safe, and without war. Which means that we would be able to convince Putin that he is not able to achieve anything. And maybe even that we would be able to achieve that Ukraine is winning the war. And that will bring both sustainable peace on the European continent and a lot of changes, positive changes in the eastern part of the European continent.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Kubilius, Camille Grant. Applause. And now for my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that incredibly stimulating conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, to end on a truly high note, I'm pleased to announce the last segment of EIF 24, an exclusive interview on balancing technology, sovereignty, and political realities with Henna Virkkunen, European Commission Executive Vice President for Tech, Sovereignty, Security, and Democracy. I'd like to invite the Executive Vice President here on stage, together with the Senior Research Officer of the Martin Center, Owen Drea, who will be conducting this discussion.
And I have Andrews.
Yes. Anna, thank you for the introduction. As you said, my name is Andre from the Martin Center. I'm very happy to facilitate this discussion. I suppose to start with, on behalf of the Martin Center, it's a pleasure to welcome you back as the newly confirmed Executive Vice President of the European Commission. I suppose on behalf of Tommy, President Zorinda, Peter, myself and all the team, it's great to see, and we wish you success, courage, and probably most importantly of all, a lot of luck over the next 5 years.
Thank you so much. It's great to be back in here.
Yes.
It's not my first time.
No. And it got me thinking, actually, when I was watching your confirmation hearings, when you said that, your portfolio is at the intersection of democracy, technology, and security. And it's very interesting because when we look at kind of the real world geopolitical events that seem to be happening like on a daily basis globally, all the different elements of your portfolio are absolutely essential, I suppose, to everything that the EU wants to do over the next 5 years. We only have 30 minutes, 25 minutes maybe, so I'm just going to focus on a couple of different areas of your portfolio, and we can see where the discussion leads us. I would like to start because not only do you have a decade of experience in the European Parliament, you were also a senior government minister in Finland before that, and I know you had a spell as minister for local government, I think, and public administration. And what strikes me is that when we talk about technology in Brussels, it's almost like it's got a very defensive context. You know, this is where we were 20 years ago, this is what the Americans are doing, this is what the Chinese are doing, etc., etc. But technology also offers huge possibilities and opportunities, particularly for those of us in the centre-right who think we need to do something about bureaucracy and red tape. So I was just wondering, you know, what actions can we take to use technology to really impact upon, you know, bureaucracy and red tape within the EU?
Yes, I totally agree that there's, I think, much more positive elements in digitalization and technology. But of course, nowadays we are also facing many challenges, because I think around 10 years ago, when internet came more popular and famous, we thought that it's like saving our democracy, that it will give open space for everybody to express their views and so on. But now we know also the other side of the coin, that it's not always so democratic elements, everything what we have in a digital world, and there's also many very worrying developments, especially when we look at our online platforms and how they are very important part of our democracies and public space, but in the same time they can be also manipulated, and we know that disinformation, propaganda can be very easily spread on these online platforms. But still, I think there is much more positive elements in technologies and digitalization, and I think everybody can really realize it in our everyday life, that how much easier our life is because of technologies and digitalization, how much more fun we have because of those. And of course, when we look at the working life, all this automatization and robotization, digitalization, it has helped so much. We can do so many things much more effective way. And like you said, now we are very much focusing to this reducing red tape and bureaucracy in Europe, what we have to really do. Because I also see when we speak about digital sector that we have made a lot of rules to digital sector during the last 5 years, and there is many overlapping regulations also. There's a lot of reporting obligations, and now we have to really simplify those processes. And it's true that also digitalization and automatization, AI, can play a very important role when we are looking at how we can simplify the processes, how we can reduce red tape, what we can automatize, and so on. So that is certainly one important priority also for me now in the coming months.
Yeah, because it's interesting. We had Andreas Schwab, your former colleague in the European Parliament, and he was talking about, you know, the need to reduce bureaucracy and red tape, particularly for, you know, small and medium-sized companies. And I think it's interesting also what I think was in the letter report about, you know, data and how data can be an amazing resource if utilized correctly. I was just wondering if in your mandate, you know, you would envisage moving forward issues like the data, well, we call it a data union, but essentially things like the business wallet, the personal wallet, because sometimes simplification, I know it's an overused term in Brussels, but sometimes it's the small little actions that can have huge beneficial effects for businesses.
Yes, that is right. And we still have too many barriers between the member states, because we have been talking a lot about single market also in the digital world, so digital single market, but still one of very concrete examples is this digital identity, that we don't have that kind of like system in the European level yet. All the member states, they have their own systems, that's how you can prove your identity, but we don't have one European one. So this digital wallet is supposed to help help in this purpose. So in 2 years' time, all the member states, they are supposed to provide their own digital identity system, and then they will be like, it will be European one, like a COVID certification. So there will be common standard for that you can also use the same identity then when you are traveling all around in Europe, and you can prove your identity via this new digital system. And also we are planning the same for the companies, that we will have that kind of digital wallet also for the businesses. And then it means that it's much more easy, because then you will have one contact point for all the administration and governance, always when they want to be in contact, if some reporting is needed, if some deadlines are coming for the companies, so they will be contacted via this one contact point. So
yeah, it's very interesting, and it kind of leads directly on to my next point, is that we have, and I'll play devil's advocate a little bit here. We hear a lot from private sector companies, small SMEs to big, large multinational companies, and they are concerned maybe that the EU has started to judge its success in the digital sphere by the amount of legislation it succeeds in passing, rather than actual business outcomes. And when I was looking at the number of legislative acts, regulations, roadmaps, I felt that there was more of them than Belgian beers, and there's a lot of Belgian beers, as you know. So I was just wondering, we have all these threats, there's all these different focus areas. Do you think you will still be able to keep a focus on, I call it kind of the challenge of enforcing and implementing the rules we already have? And do you think that possibly a way to do that would be to feed into the narrative about simplification, making business reporting more straightforward, less onerous for companies?
That will be clearly my priority, because last 10 years when I have been in the European Parliament, I have been all the time fighting against over-regulation. And now I have a possibility also to look it from the other side. Now, of course, it's not always the Commission when it's making the proposal, but often also the other co-legislators like Parliament is also adding its own ideas to these legislations and so on. So I think all the decision makers has to be committed to that now we are reducing this red tape and bureaucracy, and we have to take it seriously, the feedback we got from the SMEs and industry and from the consumers. And now I think we have good opportunity for that, because now we have all the legislations in the place. I think all these legislations are really needed also when we speak, for example, Digital Service Act, Digital Market Act, to make sure that our online environment is safe and fair for our industry and consumers. But then we have to also look at how can we set the rules more on the general level, how much we have to go to the details and different reporting obligations. Also in cybersecurity, we have made decisions, a very big package of cybersecurity regulation and legislations, and they were also needed, because internet is it's a part where we didn't have really rules 10 years ago, because it didn't have so big impact in our societies. But now when we look what digitalization, internet, how it has changed our societies and our economy, also rules are needed there, because we can't think that it can be like Wild West, that there's totally different rules in internet. So we want to have the same priorities and principles in the internet, what we have in offline world, same in online world. But now we have to, when we are implementing these rules, really look that if there is overlapping regulations, that how we can simplify the processes, how we can put them, maybe some legislations together, and look if we can be more in general level. Is there too many details? Have we been too much in silos in there, and so on? So this is certainly an area to where I will focus. And I have already said to my services that now we are looking at the whole digital field and all the reporting obligations we have in different legislations. And then we looked at how we can cut these reporting obligations, for example, and simplify the processes. And always when we are now coming with the reviews of some regulations, we looked at if we can combine different regulations together together and look that is something a little bit old-fashioned already, that how we can modernize the processes and the way how we have set the legislation.
Because actually, yeah, when you talked about the rules and the complexity and how, you know, this was in a sense a new kind of sector of the economy that needed new guardrails that weren't there before, I often think of Ireland and GDPR. Because Ireland, you know, the headquarters to most of these US multinationals. But in a sense, like many of those multinationals had a market capitalization bigger than the size of the Irish economy. And I can say it because I'm Irish and I've said it for a long time, the Irish made a mess of GDPR enforcement for about a decade, but it's finally improved. But a lot of that is down to resourcing. I think the Irish Data Protection Authority, when it started, had 4 people. Now I think it's got close to 250. So it's about an issue of scaling as well. And I'm just thinking back to the financial crisis, when one of the results of the banking crisis was to move supervision for, you know, very large systemic financial institutions to a European level, away from a national level. And I was just wondering, I know there is kind of an element of that in the DSM and other legislation, but I was wondering, do you think that will come into more focus in the years ahead? Because as these industries get more and more complex on things like AI and cybersecurity and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's always important to look at where who should have the competence in different regulations, legislation to look them. So often it's good that it's the member states, but when we speak about digitalization and digital sector, these companies are often very international, and then it creates a lot of obstacles for them if the member states are implementing the rules in very different ways. It's the case with GDPR. So all the member states, they have a little bit different way how they have been implemented it. And it creates, of course, challenges for our industries in Europe when there is very different interpretations that what this regulation means. And often also when we were earlier speaking about this, that are we coming too early often with regulation also in the European level to the table. It's also one of our challenges that often when there's coming new technologies or new challenges, if we are not acting in the European level, then the member states, they start to create their own legislation on this field. And it's again, it means that we will have very fragmented landscape in Europe. So in the name of single market, it's often important that the European Union is taking the step very early. Because otherwise the member states, they start to create their own legislation. For example, with the Digital Service Act, it was the case already. With AI, many of the member states, they wanted to create their own legislation, and that's why actions in the European level is needed if we want to have single market. Like we said.
And interestingly, it just popped into my head that cryptocurrency and MiCA is a very good example of where the EU got ahead of the curve and many other large global economies followed Europe's lead in regulating. There's one issue when I was telling people I was conducting this interview today, it was one issue came up more than any other. And that's what I describe as the holy grail of tech sovereignty. Because given the geopolitical environment, this is really where kind of it's at, if you want to put it that way. And that got me thinking about Finland, which I think in many ways is a microcosm of all the challenges that the EU faces. So, Finland has a long record in innovation all the way back to Nokia. It's home to the Slush, the Tech Forum. It's part of that wider kind of Scandinavian innovation hub that's given us like Spotify and Klarna and many other big companies. But it's also got kind of, demographic decline, struggling really to progress from, relatively low growth. But it's also, which is very interesting, hugely dependent on Chinese equipment for 5G networks. I think it's over 40%. It mirrors the EU as a whole, I think. And I didn't know this until I read it in the Financial Times a couple of weeks ago, that it's also, I think, in the top 5 destinations for Chinese FDI into Europe, which I thought was fascinating. So I'm just wondering, you know, are we at the point yet where all member states are actually, and let's just take 5G as an example, are we at the situation yet where member states are really kind of taking this seriously, the security in building out next generation networks? Because, you know, I think of, you know, let's face it, I think of Germany, which says, yes, we'll do it, but, you know, we'll push it down the road. It'll be 2029 or 2031 or whatever. So do you think that there's more that the EU can do to push this kind of movement at national level?
Yes, there is.
Good.
And I think in this question, maybe there was a little bit two different topics. Of course, they are combined also. But when we speak about technological sovereignty, I see it's very important that Europe shouldn't be dependent on third countries in any critical sector. I think you were earlier speaking with Commissioner Kubilius about the defense industry, where we are also very dependent now of third countries. So there we have to build up our own capacities also. Yeah. And it's same in technological field, because nowadays 80% of our technologies are coming outside of Europe. So high tech very much from USA and lower tech very much from China. So also European Union, we have to build up our own capacity and also de-risk our value chains all over the world. And especially we have identified these critical frontier technologies to where we have to invest more, AI, quantum computing, and then also our chips. So these are the 3 main priorities now, where we have to build up our own capacities. But like you said, also cybersecurity is a field to where we have to focus now in the coming months. We see how the geopolitical tensions are very, very high, and we see massively cyber attacks towards our infrastructure and towards our services, and also we have seen sabotage towards our physical infrastructures in Europe. So we have to analyze, of course, the risks and make sure that we are resilient, that we are not dependent on one connection, that we always have plan B and plan C, that all this sabotage and all this interference, that it can't harm us too much, that we are not too dependent on one connection, on one service or one supply chain. And it comes very much to our technologies all over. And with the 5G, for example, I see that we have to take more actions with the member states. We have this 5G toolbox, but many member states have implemented it in very low level. So this is an area to where we will focus in the coming months with the member states.
And it's interesting, just as you were talking, I think a lot of people in Europe don't realize the inherent strengths in Europe that we have in 5G. We've got, you know, 2 of the big global hardware players in Nokia and Ericsson. So we really, you know, we have, I think, the potential to act to a greater degree than perhaps we realize ourselves. And I was just thinking, like, can the European Commission, can the EU in general foster the growth and innovation in these kind of, let's call them, you know, European champions or whatever? You know, can we do more to foster that so that they continue to spend and invest in Europe? Because we had Anthony Gooch this morning from the Roundtable of European Industrialists, and he was saying that, you know, most of the companies he represents, the biggest companies in Europe, are willing to invest in Europe if they feel it will be complemented by kind of a reliable public sector approach. Do you think that's something we can really work on over the next 5 years?
Yes, I'm sure, because also like President von der Leyen stated in the summer in her guidelines, this commission will be investment commission. Yep. So we will look all the possibilities that how we can encourage and boost investments in Europe. Yep. And as we know, President von der Leyen will also propose the competitiveness compass in January. And there we are very much setting also the Shen for next 5 years, that what we want do to make sure that we are competitive in the future. So we have to find now all the tools that how we can boost investments and also innovations in Europe. So these will be my main priorities for the next 5 years to make sure that Europe is encouraging more innovations, more investments in Europe. And technologies are certainly a field to where we have to focus.
And it's just kind of, as you were talking, it's really becoming apparent through the conversation that your portfolio actually, it actually kind of stands at the intersection of, several different areas. You can't really talk about tech sovereignty seriously if you don't consider, trade and industrial policy and economic security. So I think half the challenge, perhaps, will be just to keep a very coordinated focus to make sure that all those elements are kind of addressed as we move forward. But even I would say the last 2 weeks have highlighted some of the real challenges that we face in this issue. We've got the Klarna, the very successful Scandinavian think is deciding to publicly list in New York rather than in London, Paris or Frankfurt, or indeed in Scandinavia. And we've had Northvolt file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, but we'll have to see if it can be restructured. So there are real challenges ahead. We have about 6 or 7 minutes remaining, but there's one area which I think personally, it's one of the most important elements of your portfolio, but I think probably hasn't gotten the attention that some of the other areas have because of the geopolitical issues. And that's the challenge of social media. You kind of alluded to it earlier at the very beginning, particularly its impacts on children and teenagers, which I think is very interesting. We in the Martin Centre, myself and my colleague Dimitar, we've been following this for a long time. And the academic research now is very clear about the harmful impacts, particularly on teenagers. But there seems to be a real divide in the public policy maker sphere between those of us who think it's societal problem number one and those who just kind of shrug their shoulders and say, of course I gave my child a smartphone because every other kid in the class had the smartphone, so I just went along with it. So I was just wondering, can we do more to ensure that social media companies, take full responsibility for their enforcement, of existing legislation?
Yes, we can. And it's currently ongoing. In fact, the Commission has opened formal investigations nearly towards all these big online platforms, just on this topic, because it's very clearly said in our Digital Service Act that these online platforms, they have to make sure that they are assessing and mitigating systematic risks their systems are maybe posing, and especially when it comes to if there's risks to minors, risks to civil society, risks to electoral campaigns, and also risks to freedom of speech, for example. So they should assess and mitigate those risks, and they have to have systems on place that how they are also monitoring and how they are taking care, that they are taking the responsibilities in this area. And we know that with the minors, we can say that most of the online platforms, they are not doing enough. They are not doing what they should do. There's maybe two main topics in this. One is, of course, the screen time, that how much we all are using time on social media platforms. And often the algorithms is made like that you are using very much time. It's addictive. Because the idea is that, of course, it's part of the business idea that you are using very much time on online platform. Of course, this is one very negative impact often for our well-being, that if we are all the time online, all the time just watching our mobile. But then when it comes to minors, it's also the content, that what kind of content is shown for them. Because it's also said in our DSA regulation that online platforms, they should take care always that the minors, they have the highest level of privacy and safety and security when they are online on online platforms. And that is not the case. For example, the adults who they don't know shouldn't be in contact with them via online platforms, and it happens all the time, we know. The sexual abuse happens often via online platforms. So there's many things that online platforms could do better, and there's investigations going on now, but in the same time also dialogue with all these online platforms, and also Commission is currently also preparing guidelines for online platforms protection of minors, how they should do that. And one thing where we are now working on is the age verification, because often online platforms says that they don't know if the user is minor or not. And then we should have that kind of also technical solution for that, how to prove your age without giving too much information also for online platforms. And that's why our digital wallet will play important role, because this is then the technical solution for that, but we don't have it yet. We will have it in 2 years. So now there will be a pilot project now during the spring with some member states on this, that kind of mini wallet, how we are testing that. But I think also the online platforms, they could do much more already now. But of course, they are trying to a little bit say that it's not their responsibility and they don't know.
Exactly. And when I hear some companies talk about self-certification or whatever, I just think of like my 10-year-old daughter going into a grocery shop to buy cigarettes, and the man or the person behind the counter asks her, "Are you over 18?" And she says yes, and he gives her the cigarettes. So we need to be realistic about what the actual impacts are. And I think it's very interesting that, and I have to say that the French government are taking the lead on this in terms of their proposals on social media. For curtailing the access of children and minors to social media. Australia also. So it will be interesting, I think, the role of the EU really to facilitate this discussion, and also with the social media companies to drive this forward. I think it probably, as you mentioned, rules are badly needed, and this is probably one area where the EU, I think, can really act as a pivot.
Yeah, and in fact we have rules, but now we have to fully enforce also the rules, and also look that online platforms that they are taking their responsibilities here. But in the same time, I also see that online platforms and social media, it plays very important role in our life. So there's many positive elements, because you can be in contact with your friends and families and so on. But when the user is a kid, then also the content what is shown for the minors should be that it's fitting for their age, and we have to look at the algorithms that they are not addictive, and also that the adults who they don't know shouldn't be in contact to the minors via online platforms. So we have to take care of the safety and security and privacy of minors on online platforms, and of course then also the parents and schools have to set also limits that where you can use and how much you are using your mobile phone.
Actually, as a wrap-up comment, I think the schools will be the first battleground in terms of how we control access, because the research on the impact it has on academic achievement is quite distressing. But we have to wrap up there. It was a great conversation. I think we could have talked for another 30 minutes easily. We only scraped the surface. I just want to say thank you very much for coming, for taking the time. We really appreciate it, and we wish you the best of luck in the next 5 years. I want to thank everybody for their attention, and for those watching online. And with that, I will pass back to the Masters of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Owen. Thank you very much, Madam Executive Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially close the program of today, I would like to welcome Antonio Lopez Isturiz White, the Secretary-Treasurer of the Martin Center. Please join me in welcoming him.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank, first of all, Jamel and the technical team, because I have teleprompter there, but it's so far away that I would need a telescope to see what's going on. So you will allow me to read from my notes. Usually I'm very bad when I'm reading. People appreciate more when but I took some notes that I would like to share with you. Closing these, I think, very useful days that were produced by the Martin Center. First of all, of course, I have to be thankful to some people. Remarkable panel of speakers, well chosen, good team, good job. I think they were very interesting. Specifically, I want to thank particularly two commissioners, Andrius Kubilius and Hanna Virkkunen, because it's only their first week on the job with a hectic agenda, and they had time to come to talk to us. So thank you for that. And also to the other panelists. I think contributions were very valuable. I also want to extend my thanks to the sponsors of this event: Apple, AT&T, Johnson & Johnson, Meta, and Qualcomm. Your support is crucial in ensuring that forums like this can take place and continue to serve as platforms for dialogue and exchange of ideas. Also, a special thanks for you, audience, both here in person and following us online. Your participation is what truly brings these discussions to life. And last, but certainly not least, I would also like to congratulate the organization of this event. Thank you very much, Tommy, Margarita, Panos, all the team, also Peter Heffele, and Eon was also, and I want to share an anecdote about the cigarettes and youth. I was several weeks ago in New York. I went to buy a packet of cigarettes, and they asked me for my passport. And I was happy, no? I said, okay. They might think I'm a minor or something like that, you know. Small moment, huh? Then I ask, why is it that I have to show the passport? It's by law. And I said, okay, so you can buy cannabis in any street, in any subway station in New York. I don't know if you feel this smell in the city these days. And but I have to show the passport to buy a packet of cigarettes. And then they ask why Trump has arrived to power. Okay, good. There might be some simple answers to what, certain culture that has predominated in politics for the latest 20 years that I think that now might change. The Martin Center, under the leadership of President Mikolas Dzurinda, continues to be the pillar of intellectual rigor, providing key perspectives that influence decisions shaping Europe's future. And by the way, helping the much-needed EPP family in building answers to today's challenges. Your commitment and work are integral to fostering the European project, and I look forward to the continued impact of your efforts in this new parliamentary term. The past 2 days have been filled with enriching conversations where we have tackled the most pressing issues Europe is facing, and as was also highlighted yesterday by President Dzurinda. From Europe's demographic changes to its role in global geopolitics, that I had the opportunity to talk, and defense, from the challenges of competitiveness in a digital world to the importance of securing our technological future. We have been examining a spectrum of challenges and opportunities also, not only challenges, before us. Reflecting on the theme of this forum, Europe's future in focus, I am easily reminded of the words of Paul Henry Spaak. The European spirit means being conscious of belonging to a cultural and political family that has roots in the past, but which looks to the future with hope and determination. What does this mean for us? In my view, this captures the essence of our responsibility. It means that Europe must honor its heritage. However, it also means that Europe must focus on building a hopeful and determined future. We have a duty in this. We must look forward, acting with vision and resolve, that we are lacking a little bit nowadays. We need to find it. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we have been doing over the past 2 days, placing Europe's future in focus. Regarding United States and European relations, President Roberta Metsola delved into a key idea that I am in total agreement with. We need to move away from the America elects and Europe reacts. Trump is there. It is a fact. And I mentioned yesterday in the panel, as soon as Trump takes an oath in January, President Ursula von der Leyen should be in Washington next day with our negotiation terms, defending our European position. We must understand that Trump is a businessman elected democratically, and that we must be ready to negotiate on a position of equality. Crying around doesn't help. Action is needed. Otherwise, we will remain the passengers of a train driven by others. And we cannot afford to do that when we have Ukrainians fighting for our freedom on our backyard, when a solution is needed for the conflicts in the Middle East, and when thousands of European companies will lose their privileged market positions in Latin America because of the dangerous games of the left in Europe supporting communist dictatorships there. Regarding technology, we have discussed today how to balance it with sovereignty and political realities with Heina Virkkunen, as we have just listened. We have also exchanged about the AI race, unlocking Europe's potential and ensuring competitive solutions for a digital Europe. Let me emphasize, and you will allow me please, one critical initiative which has been mentioned in this forum, the EU's Global Gateway. This initiative is essential for fostering secure, sustainable and high-quality infrastructure worldwide, strengthening Europeans' geopolitical influence and promoting the values of transparency and trust. By focusing in connectivity, energy, transport, this global gateway reflects the EU's ambition to build strong partnerships in regions like Africa, that has been long forgotten. There was a Plan Africa. Where are we today with Africa? Latin America and Asia, while supporting the digital and green transitions. The success of this global gateway depends on our ability to lead by example, to project secure, trusted, and high-quality connectivity globally. We must first demonstrate consistency and resolve within our own borders. Implementing the 5G toolbox effectively across all member states is not just a technical obligation. It is a political imperative. It shows that Europe is serious about its commitment to secure infrastructure and its capacity to compete globally. A consistent and united Europe strengthens our credibility as a partner. By ensuring our house is in order, we give ourselves the tools to build strategic partnerships, extend digital diplomacy, and deliver connectivity solutions that are secure, reliable, and aligned with our visions of a rules-based international order. The stakes are high, but so is Europe's potential. Together, we can ensure this global gateway becomes not just a policy, but a powerful expression of Europe's role as a leader in the digital age. Also, we have had fruitful discussions on defense. As we have just seen with Andrius Kubilius' intervention, we are on a new European defense policy. Some years ago, not 3-4 years ago, I was member of the subcommittee of defense, which I now think that will become a full committee in the European Parliament. We have a commissioner for defense. Things are changing. People that were criticizing us the small group that we were dedicated to European defense in the past. Now everybody's on board. Very enthusiastic, also from the left. Okay, welcome, good. It's about time. Challenges that we are facing, we cannot do it alone, and we have to, I know this is hard, but we have to pay for our defense. We have been decades living under the umbrella, security umbrella provided by others. It is time as for now, and Ukraine was clearly the wake-up call to act for our defense. If we want to survive in this complex geostrategic panorama around us, we have to pay for our defense. There is no other way around it. Sorry, I'm repeating, but it's clear. In this regard, as my good friend Klaus Welle mentioned, in terms of financing, defense needs are urgent and investing in defense must be a priority. It is indeed, as he mentioned, a very welcome development to now have a Commissioner of Defense. One alarming issue that stood out over the past 2 days was the rise in votes for the extreme right. I believe voters are not to blame. This vote is a reaction to something people didn't like, be it wokeism, extreme also left positions, and extremist thinking. It is our duty as so-called traditional politicians. I'm very proud of that, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to be in the other side. I want to be a traditional politician. I would say it. I don't hide it. I'm not ashamed of that same breed of politicians that brought this European Union. I'm proud to belong to the Christian democratic family of Schuman, de Gasperi, Konrad Adenauer, of Jean Monnet. By the way, all Christian Democrats. Others were not so. At the beginning of the European project, so supportive. They were supporting the socialist paradise that later on we discovered was not such a paradise. So, saying so, I mentioned one of our founding fathers in Germany and in Europe, Konrad Adenauer. European unity was a dream for a few. It became a hope for many, and today, I couldn't agree more, is a necessity for all of us. Europe's unity is no longer a choice. It is the foundation on which we have to build our future. And it is through this unity that we will overcome the challenges that lie ahead. If we are divided, we are lost. I said it yesterday during the panel. That's why the British tried during the Brexit negotiations. They failed. For the very first time in history, they couldn't divide the Europeans. So that's what we have to do this now. In our negotiations with Trump and with our relation with whoever outside of this European Union, that's what we have to do. I hope that our governments also will think about this, will have a reflection, and this will be our position for the future. Let us leave now this forum with a renewed sense of purpose and determination. The decisions made in the coming years will shape the future of Europe. This has been the responsibility of the EPP for many years, and it will continue as I see things the same way. And I am confident that together we will rise to meet the challenge. Thank you, all of you, for your engagement in this forum and your dedication for this our united and let's hope prosperous Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antonio Lopez Isturiz, for your closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a wrap. Thank you very much for spending these 2 last days with us, filled with intense and insightful discussions.
We'd like to thank once again all of our speakers and moderators. We'd also like to thank our partners, AT&T, Meta, Qualcomm, Apple, and Johnson & Johnson, for helping us make the European Ideas Forum happen and bring these important questions to the fore.
A big thank you also to the Martin Center team for bringing the European Ideas Forum to life. But a big thank you to our audience, both here in Brussels and online, for your active participation.
You can follow all of our activity on social media, the Martin Center, and you can also head to our website, martincenter.eu, to read our publications and blogs, follow our events, and much more.
And if you're not sick of us yet, we'd like to extend an invitation tomorrow for our Christmas cocktail starting at 6 p.m. at ACE Events to kick off the holiday season together.
And if you're here with us today and can't wait till tomorrow, please join us right outside for some networking drinks. Thank you all.
Once
Have a nice
again.
evening.